Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long. Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live, or catch the instant replay.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone.
Done.
By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
You're talking about a bunch of unproven kids who were in the prom. You know, literally, they were in the prom like 6 months ago at their high school.
No, they weren't because they were locked down. Exactly.
Okay, they were at a.
He's probably
These are promless teenagers.
If he's from a Big Ten state,
they were at
a. If he's from a Big Ten state, he didn't have prom. I can guarantee you that.
They were at a virtual prom. Anyway, so yeah, it's tough for Wisconsin.
That's called porn. That's called porn.
Stop it. They get a break this week because I got a mess to clean up, guys. Yeah.
Virtual.
There's my walk off for the day. Thanks, Mac. I gotta dry my keyboard out now.
Armchair.
Remember, if for any reason you must leave your radio, please have the man at the door stamp your ear so you can listen again later.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live, or catch the instant replay.
Screen pass to Trayshawn DeAndre on the right side. He dodges Crushman, makes his way to the end zone. Touchdown! But wait a second. I think there's a flag on the play.
All right, you guys got holding on number 97, right?
Yeah, definitely holding. No touchdown.
All right, make the call.
Yeah, I mean, it was holding.
So make the call.
Or, we say the flag was for an excessive celebration so they can keep the touchdown and apply the penalty to the kickoff, huh? What do you say?
What are you talking about? I didn't see excessive celebration.
You sure? Could have sworn I saw a little nay-nay going on.
What's going on with you, man?
All right, look, guys, I got to be real with you. Trayshawn DeAndre just scored that touchdown. Okay, I have him on my fantasy team this week. I need these points.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding you, Bill. I'm playing against my father-in-law this week, and if he doesn't score this touchdown, I lose.
Well, I'm not going to let you make a bad call because you're in some fantasy football league.
Make the call.
Craig, no. If you make one bad call.
This works out perfectly, Bill. I started the quarterback who threw the touchdown pass. We're going to have to ignore the holding call.
I have the kicker, and I was kind of hoping that he wouldn't convert on third down, so he'd have to kick the field goal.
Armchair.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long in your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long. The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live, covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
You come at the king, you best not miss.
I might audible. How audible? I'll use Omaha! Omaha! Red Polly! Red Polly! Blue Poncho! Blue Poncho! Dilly Dilly! Rambo! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here, Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Top, Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Sally, Buffalo! Check! Hey, Short Ox! Luda Raiders! Red Lion! Omaha! Come out!
Take me out to the ball game.
Get caught up with the big stories from around the world in sports in just a few minutes. It's Take Me Out to the Ball Game today, weekdays. Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube. Baseball, football, basketball, whatever's trending in the world of sports, it's on Take Me Out to the Ball Game today in just a few minutes. It drops weekdays. Take Me Out to the Ball Game today on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Take me out to the ball game.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay. Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long in your DFS payouts. The only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
Like, I don't like winter. Like, I hate winter. Like, I'm originally from North Carolina, and look, I hate winter so much, I'm for global warming. I am voting for it, marching for it. I might start buying people SUVs. I don't care. Ladies, start using hairspray again. No ozone. That's our goal. And see, there's people with me, but there's always a couple of crunchy granolas sitting around. Crunchy granolas sitting there thinking, but the polar ice caps are gonna melt, and we're all gonna flood. No, we're not. We're not all gonna flood. We're only losing Rhode Island, Long Island, and Jersey. Bye-bye. Use a canoe, get to safety.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com. Use promo code LISTEN for a 4-week trial plus free postage and a digital scale. That's Stamps.com, promo code LISTEN.
The snapper is Robert Shiver, a sophomore out of Thomasville, Georgia. The holder is Matthew Motley, a senior from Opelika, and Wes Byram, a freshman out of Fort Lauderdale, trying to put it through to give Auburn the win. There's the snap, the place, the kick is up, the kick is long enough, the kick is good! Good! See you later, alligator! Tigers win, 20-17! I hope Lee Corso and Kirk Street never pick Auburn to have a chance again. The Tigers have come to the swamp, drained it, and made it their own. 20-17, Auburn a winner tonight over the third-ranked Florida Gators. Can you believe it?
Hi, this is Britney Spears.
What up, this Jay-Z.
This is Jennifer Lopez. Armchair.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long. Armchair Quarterback Radio, the gunslingers of sports talk.
Here's second-year quarterback Brett Favre out of Southern Mississippi by way of the Atlanta Falcons. They are hopeful he can succeed in the NFL. Here, Brett Favre, you want a challenge? Try this one. So with their best receiver out of the game, from the 35, 19 seconds left. Ball pumps, throws, touchdown! Is there a spark of life in Green Bay? Touchdown! Yes! Danny Marino!
Here's Marino, wide open field, throws for a touchdown. It is number 37 on the season, breaks the all-time NFL record. Going deep and open. Touchdown, Mark Duper. Duper has returned, and he is super.
They are going to bring pressure again. Rodgers is going to roll away, throws it up in the air, says a prayer. Janice, does he stop it? Oh, please!
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves, to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. You can even take a course on the U.S. government or dealing with stress and anxiety. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com. Use promo code LISTEN for a 4-week trial plus free postage and a digital scale. That's Stamps.com, promo code LISTEN.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry,
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/our stories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, and your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
That's so interesting that it would come out 90 feet, that somebody sat down, Mr. Cartwright or whoever, and said, hey, it ought to be 90 feet. It just sounded like a logical number. The fact of the matter is, in retrospect, if it were 88 feet, the game would be very different. Think of the plays at first base. Think of the double plays that wouldn't be completed on an 88-foot first base and second base. If it were 94 feet, we'd be throwing people out all over the place. Batting averages would drop remarkably. So if 90 feet was something somebody said, hey, that's a good number, that was a pick from heaven.
Play ball.
We're coming to you live, and Fenway Park is the scene as the Boston Red Sox host the New York Yankees in a do-or-die, winner-take-all American League wildcard game. I'm Mac McGee alongside Timus Wooten, and tonight we will bring you tonight's action starting in just a few minutes. So pull up an armchair, crack yourself up a cold one, and get ready. It's time for Red Sox Yankees baseball. Let's welcome in Timus Wooten, a lifetime Red Sox fan. Timus, are you ready for the first ever Yankees Red Sox American League wild card game?
100% ready. It's time. Sox on them early. Leave no doubt tonight.
All right, so we are just a few minutes away from the action. Timus, what are the keys to the Red Sox winning this game tonight?
Well, this home, then the Red Sox is going to need to continue.
We're having an issue with Timus's audio. Timus, well, let's fix some microphone issues. Go in and go out. Looking at the Red Sox Yankees tonight, the New York Yankees are going to send Garrett Cole to the mound. And Garrett Cole, looking at what he's got in store for the Boston Red Sox, Garrett Cole sits at this will be his fifth start against the Boston Red Sox, and he is sitting this year with a 4.39 ERA, a 2.37 batting average against. And let me see if we can get Timus back and we got a better connection. He's going up against Eovaldi, and Eovaldi, this will be Eovaldi's already pitched 6 times against the New York Yankees. This will be number 7 going in to the 6th start. Eovaldi had a 2.02 ERA against the Yankees and then was blown up in his last outing. Timus, you're back with us. Hopefully we got a better connection. How are you, sir?
I'm doing outstanding. Ready for this big game this evening. Can you hear me again?
Yes, sir. Much better. So let's get rolling. What are the keys to the Red Sox victory?
Well, no team in baseball this season has more hits at home. That's going to need to continue tonight. But as in everything, especially the playoffs, pitching. Nathan Eovaldi has to come out throwing strikes. He did not do great the last time, but everybody just heard the stats you just put out. This guy has a pedigree in the playoffs. He lives for it. So he gets out and starts throwing strikes, gets ahead in the count. Could be a long night for the Bronx Bombers.
Let's get into the batting orders for tonight. If you have not heard, JD Martinez out of the lineup, off the roster. Now, this is just a one-game roster, so he could be back by Thursday's action if Boston is able to win. Tonight, leading off for the New York Yankees, as they are the away team, so they'll have first at bat. Anthony Rizzo playing first base, batting .248 with 22 bombs on the year. He'll be followed up by right fielder Aaron Judge and Giancarlo Stanton will be batting third, playing designated hitter. In the cleanup spot, it's Joey Gallo and his 199 batting average, but 38 home runs and an 808 OPS. Hitting fifth, Gleyber Torres, 259 average, 9 home runs and 51 RBIs, but 14 stolen bases. Keep an eye on that. Brett Gardner, 222 and 10 home runs, 39 RBIs. He'll be playing center field and batting sixth. Gio Urshela will be playing third base and batting seventh. And you've got the catcher, Kyle Higashioka, at 181 and 10 home runs, 29 RBIs. And Andrew Velazquez, 224, has only had a few at bats this year, but is really there for his defense. Looking for the Red Sox when they come up to bat, it's going to be Kyle Schwarber and his 266 batting average, 32 home runs and 106 RBIs. Kiki Hernandez will be playing center field and batting second for the Red Sox, the 250 average and 20 home runs, 585 plate appearances. He has 61 walks and 84 runs scored. And then Rafael Devers will be hitting third with his 38 home runs and playing third. Xander Bogaerts, playing short, is hitting cleanup, 23 home runs, 79 RBI, and an 863 OPS. Alex Verdugo, 289 batting average, 13 home runs. He'll be playing left field and hitting fifth for the Hose. And Hunter Renfroe, 259, 31 home runs, 96 RBIs. He'll be batting sixth and playing right field. Plawicki's the catcher tonight, hitting 287. Bobby Dalbec, hitting 240 with 25 homers and 78 RBIs, is hitting eighth. And playing second base and ninth in the batting order is Christian Arroyo. Okay, Teamus, we're just a few minutes away from first pitch. So give me your last thoughts before we get dug in here. It's going to be Eovaldi starting this game out. What are you looking at to be able to, for Boston to be getting a clean inning and trying to send it to the bottom of the first where they can get their bats going?
Well, he has 3 strong, but everything off the fastball. He comes out dotting the sides and the corners and living on the ball with his fastball strikes.
All right, we've lost Teamus again. Call back, T. We're just moments away from first pitch here, and the Red Sox Yankees are, it's a 1-game play-in, winner take all. Now, the last time this happened, as far as just a 1-game series with Boston and New York, it was 1978. It was the famous Bucky Dent game. And so this is the first time that we have seen this in 41 years. Now, obviously the Yankees and Red Sox have had game 7s, but this is the first time it is a one and done. And so a lot on the line tonight as Boston and New York are set to take the field, and we're just moments away from first pitch as we get ready for this game. And more importantly than anything else, I think it's going to be getting the Boston Red Sox having to be able to hit the ground running, because they do not want to fall behind this Yankee offense, this Yankee bullpen. The bullpen is one of the best in baseball. It's one of the deepest in baseball. Teamus, as we welcome you back in, were you surprised that Boston only went with 12 pitchers tonight?
A little bit, because my thing is there is no tomorrow if we lose tonight. So I kind of figured we'd go heavy in the bullpen and maybe not have a backup position player, but Alex Cora is on that bench for a reason, and I'm at Fort Custer, Michigan for a reason. So I'm going to trust him. He's won us a championship before. I would have went a different way, but I put my trust in Cora, no doubt about it.
Obviously, you hope you don't have to use 13 pitchers. You hope it's a moot point. And I think he's got plenty of pitchers. It was interesting because New York did go with 13 and Boston went with just 12. You are allowed to have 13 on your roster. So we're about to get started. We're about to get underway. We do apologize if there's any dragging in the audio. Sergeant Timus Wooten of the U.S. military is in a situation where he doesn't have the best of the of Wi-Fi, but we wanted to do this, especially with Boston and New York, and big Red Sox fan Timus is, and I'm just kind of an innocent bystander to this whole thing. So I'll be bringing you the action, and we are almost underway as it looks like Anthony Rizzo is about to dig in, and we are getting ready for the first ever American League wildcard game between the Boston Red Sox and New York Yankees. It took long enough. I've been waiting for this for I don't know how long, because I do believe this will be the end of the wildcard one and done. Once they see the ratings on this one game, they'll wish that they had 3 games. So here we go, and we're underway. Anthony Rizzo steps out of the box for a second, and here comes the first pitch from Eovaldi, and it is swung on and hit hard down the first base line, and Dalbach's got it. He'll step on the pillow, and there's one away.
1 pitch, 1 out. You got to love that if you're a Sox fan.
I think
you got to keep Eovaldi needs to go 7 innings tonight for us, I think.
I think it was Greg Maddux that said it best when they asked him if a perfect game was to him striking out 27 batters. He said, no, sir, 27 pitches and 27 outs would be a perfect game for me. Why do I want to work that hard? So that'll bring Mr. Aaron Judge to the batter's box. 917 OPS, a 149 OPS plus, 287 batting average. We know that he is one of the most dangerous right-handed hitters in all of baseball, and the crowd is still standing in Boston, as you've got to be just fired up if you're watching this. And here comes the first pitch, and it is a strike at the knees, 0-1.
Yeah, we got to have that pitch all night long and get Judge inside for sure.
Here comes the 0-1 pitch to Judge, and he swings at it and pops it up. It's a shallow pop fly, and quickly underneath it is Renfroe, and that is out number 2. So you got to like this if you're Boston. 3 pitches into the night, and you've got 2 outs, and bringing up, of course, the dangerous Giancarlo Stanton. I was surprised looking at his numbers going into tonight, because I swear it's like every time I turn on the television, he's hit a 3-run home run. He has 35 home runs on the year. I was assuming he had at least 152. So here we go. So here we go with the first pitch to Stanton, and it is a fastball swung at and popped back foul out of play, and it's 0-1.
Yeah, he did some real damage the last time they were in town a couple of weeks ago. We want to keep this guy, nobody on base in front of him. That way we can keep it to single digits.
Yeah, I think the key with him is he seems to hit the biggest home runs in the biggest moments. And
yeah, I would agree.
Here comes the 0-1 pitch from Eovaldi, and it is swung on and hit high. It is hit far. It is hit deep, but it will stay in the park. It's off the wall, and they'll get it back in quickly, and it's just a really loud single by Stanton as he stands on first. I thought for sure, A, that might have been gone, or B, you at least would be standing on second base, wondering if he was admiring his own work.
I would say there's only one way he's on first, that he was admiring his work, but that looked gone. It sounded far. Whew. That was a close one.
That's absolutely what it was. As I'm looking at the replay right now, he stood there majestically watching the ball go, and it had the depth or the length, but it didn't have the height, as we know, the famous green monster. Here comes the first pitch to Joey Gallo. He digs in, fouls it back up against the screen, and it's 0-1. That could be a huge play in the game, because if Gallo were to hit a single right now and Eovaldi were to get out of the inning with no runs scored, they'll be talking about that all off season in New York.
Absolutely. If it comes down to be a 1-run game, and that will probably be on the front page of the New York Post tomorrow.
Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is a called strike inside corner, and it's 0-2.
That's the money pitch right there, Dave. That's the one right there. If he can live in there tonight against these batters, we're going to have a pretty good night, I think.
Red Sox fans are on their feet with the 0-2 count to Joey Gallo, as here goes the pitch, and it is in the dirt. Gallo does not offer at it, and it's 1-2. If you're just joining us, it's New York nothing, Boston nothing. Top of the first inning, Yankees and Red Sox, and a 1-game winner take all. We'll be here all night bringing the action. Sergeant Timus Wooten, and I'm Mac McGee. Eovaldi gets a new ball, and he looks in. Here comes the pitch, and it is fouled back. Fastball out of play, and we'll do it again at 1-2. Eovaldi's 1 strike away from getting out of this inning, just 9 pitches into the inning. So you got to like that if you're Red Sox fans.
Absolutely. The pitch count tonight on both sides going to be pretty key. And if
I think it's more key to Boston because
absolutely.
Here comes the 1-2 pitch, and it is a slider in the dirt, and able to stay in front of it. So it's going to be 2-2, and Plawecki, nice defensive play to keep Stanton at first.
Yeah, he earned his paycheck on that one. That was a hard slider inside.
Yankees nothing, Red Sox nothing. Top of the first inning, 2 away. And here comes the 2-2 pitch from Eovaldi as Gallo digs in. And it's a slider. Did he offer at it? Blew down the third base line, says he did. It's strike number 3. We'll head to the bottom of the first inning. Boston coming up to bat.
He only has 3 rings.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live, or catch the instant replay.
I'm not playing your stupid game.
My hotel's nice, and I was in the elevator. There's a sign in the elevator that said maximum capacity 12 persons. 12 persons. Somebody needs to tell the folks down at the elevator company that the plural of the word person is people. It's not persons, right? The hotel pool had a similar sign. It said maximum capacity 180 people. Do we really need legislation for that sort of thing? Doesn't it kind of govern itself? Don't most of us just hang back and go, I don't want to get in the pool with that many people. It's not going to be refreshing knocking up against other people's arms and skin. Move, I have a legal right to be here. Banging elbows, move. I did a head count. Like in the bathroom stall, we don't put a sign that says maximum capacity 1 person. I just see the shoes and I keep on moving.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Welcome back here to Yankees Red Sox baseball. I'm Mac McGee with Timus Wooten, and we're getting ready for the beginning of the bottom of the first inning. If you're just joining us, the Yankees, Giancarlo Stanton did get a single. It was a long single Probably should have been a double with a little more hustle, but I guess it was much ado about nothing as Gallo was retired right after him. So it was 4 up, 3 down, 1 hit, and Garrett Cole is set to take the mound with Kyle Schwarber, who came over in the trade at the deadline. One of the few moves the Red Sox made, but he has paid big dividends, hasn't he, Teamus?
Absolutely, he has. This is the guy they want on the mound tonight. Absolutely.
Here we go. Set for the first pitch as he digs in, and it is a fastball on the outside part of the plate, painting the black, and it's 0-1, 97 miles an hour. Kyle Schwarber hitting 266 on the year, 32 home runs, 106 RBIs, 291 since he came over from Boston. Here's the next pitch, 97 miles an hour, up under the chin, and it's 1-1. If you're just joining us,
a good addition to the Red Sox.
Absolutely. He was tearing up the National League before the injury and then came back and has hit 291 with 7 home runs and 18 RBI since coming back to Boston mid-August, and a 957 OPS. That's the number that jumps out at you, 168 plate appearances. Here's the 1-1 pitch, fastball, and it is just outside the zone, a little high, and it's 2-1. If you say so, Blue. That's one of those. If you're a hitter, you're glad you didn't get it, but if you're a pitcher, you need that pitch. Here comes the 2-1 pitch, and it is fought off and fouled at the plate. It's 2-2 to Schwarber.
Yeah, Cole's not going to like having that called a ball all night. That's for sure. That I got to have it if I'm him.
Garrett Cole, who is tonight's starting pitcher, 16-8 and 3.23 ERA on the year, 12 strikeouts per 9. Here comes the 2-2 pitch, and it is swung on, popped up into center field. Looks like Brett Gardner is underneath it, and it will be an easy out, number 1. If you're just joining us, it's Boston nothing, New York nothing. American League Wildcard game. We're just 1 out into the first inning.
Watch that on the replay. Kyle just missed this pitch. I mean, this was right down Broadway. He just got underneath it just a touch.
When it's going that fast, you either get it or you don't, right? It's
pretty much. I wouldn't know personally, but that's the thing.
Here comes the first pitch to Kike Hernandez, and it is a fastball across the letters, and it's 0-1.
That's a good pitch. That was a really good pitch.
Kike Hernandez hitting 250 on the year, 20 home runs, 60 RBI with a 786 OPS and a 107 OPS plus. Here comes the 0-1 pitch, and it's a fastball swung up out of the zone, popped high, can of corn, and underneath it is the second baseman, Gleyber Torres. There's 2 away.
That's here's your man of the hour tonight. We need a big game from Rafi. He's had a monster season. He's been on fire as of late. It's important he gets good wood on the ball tonight to help the Red Sox.
No disrespect to Darryl Strawberry, but this is the man that stirs the drink at this point. Or to, I guess it was originally Reggie Jackson that they said that about. Here comes the first pitch to Devers. It's a fastball high up and out of the zone, and it's 1-0.
One thing about him this season, he's gotten so much more disciplined at the plate. You know, he's very young. He's still a kid. He used to swing at everything. I mean, he would swing at pitches Vladimir Guerrero would pass up.
Here comes the 1-0 pitch, and it is called strike. It's a low called strike, and it's 1-1. Looked like that was a slider, but if it got the outside corner, it barely did.
Yeah, it nicked it if it got it. I don't know. That looked outside to me, but
here comes the 1-1 pitch, and swung on and missed. Fastball up around the letters, and it's 1-2.
Boy, if he would have gotten a hold of that one, it wouldn't have landed for 20 minutes. This guy does not get cheated at the plate. If you haven't seen him this season and you like to see people just go for it, this is the guy to watch.
Rafael Devers with 143 strikeouts this year and 62 walks. Not terribly high for a power hitter nowadays. Here comes the 1-2 pitch, and it's inside, almost gets him on the elbow, and it's 2-2. 99 miles an hour that was clocked at. That's not what you want to take on the elbow.
That is not, or anywhere.
It doesn't look like that Devers wears much protection on that elbow. He's got a little bit of a sleeve, but here comes the 2-2 pitch, and it is a changeup. 3-2 the count will be. It was outside the zone, wide and high outside the zone, and Devers digs in on the 3-2 count with Xander Bogaerts standing on deck licking his chops. Here's the 3-2 pitch, and it is high and outside the zone. It'll be a walk to Rafael Devers, and the Red Sox got something going with 2 away at the bottom of the first.
Two things. The discipline at the plate, too, that makes Cole throw more pitches this inning. It's all about pitch count in these one-game series. Xander's had a pretty cold at bat here as of late, but maybe he can turn it on tonight.
Here comes the first pitch to Xander Bogaerts, who's hitting .295 on the year, 23 home runs, 79 RBIs, and an .863 OPS. Devers leads off of first, and Cole gets the sign. Here comes the pitch, and it looks like to be the knuckle curve, wide and outside the zone. It's 1-0.
Yeah, Xander's 5 of 32 in his 5 of his last 32 at bats. Hopefully, he seemed to make good contact the last couple of games, just right at somebody. Hopefully, he can get one on the screws here.
Here comes the 1-0 pitch from Garrett Cole, and it is a slider across the plate called for a first strike. It's 1-1.
That was a pretty pitch.
The 3 hottest hitters for the Red Sox right now are Kike, Devers, and JD Martinez. But JD Martinez, if you're just joining us, is not on the playoff game roster as he twisted his ankle coming in from the outfield on Sunday's game. Here's the 1-1 pitch, slider, and outside the zone. It's 2-1.
The Red Sox wind up winning tonight. I saw video of JD running out in the outfield before the game. He didn't seem to be laboring at all, so that's a good sign. But that's a conversation for another day because we got to handle our business this evening.
Really thought he would be able to try to give it a go and at least DH tonight.
Yeah, he has to be hurt if he's not in.
Here comes the 2-1 pitch, and it is hit high. It is hit
ball.
far. It is hit deep. It is gone.
Yes,
2-0 Boston in the bottom of the first inning as Xander Bogaerts goes yard on Garrett Cole.
Touch them all, X-Man. That's what we need right there. Let's pour it on them, Boston. Don't let them breathe tonight. We got to have it, boys. Nice stroke. Woo! Boy, that was a beautiful swing right there.
Huge 2-run home run to take a 2-0 lead. So I don't think that'll be the last runs we see tonight. It's got to be a big advantage to get Cole sweating here in the first inning. That's the 17th pitch of the game. And Boston leads 2-0.
I mean, he hit that to the deepest part of the park, too. That was not a, short porch home run. He got all of that one.
That's going to bring Verdugo up to the plate. He swings at the very first pitch. It was out of the zone, and it is a can of corn over to Torres, and he'll take it for out number 3. That'll send us to the break. The Boston Red Sox lead the New York Yankees 2-0 in a winner-take-all wildcard game. We'll be back in a flash.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone.
Done.
By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Nix again with 36 seconds left. Ball at the left hash mark. 2 wide outs to the right, 1 to the left. Florida's got the big rush on Nix. He floats one in the end zone. It is caught. Touchdown Auburn! Sanders caught it. Touchdown Auburn! Touchdown Auburn! Frank Sanders from Nix. Auburn's ahead. Auburn's ahead. Touchdown of 8 yards. Nix to Sanders. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? Auburn has done it again. Ball game is over. I have seen it, but I do not believe it. Yes, the streak is alive. Auburn 36, Gators 33. Number 1 has fallen by the wayside.
It's not what he said, you ignorant wretch. Spanish is worse than your English.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live, or catch the instant replay. Welcome back here to Yankees Red Sox baseball. If you're just joining us, the Boston Red Sox grab a 2-0 lead at the bottom of the first as Xander Bogaerts went yard off of Garrett Cole. Looked like it was a changeup that didn't change, and it left center field in a hurry. Teamus, what did you see on that play?
I saw that it looked like Xander was looking a breaking ball and was sitting dead red on it and got the pitch he wanted. Man, did he ever get a hold of it. That was beautiful. Now we need a shutdown inning from Eovaldi and get the Sox offense back up to bat.
Here comes Eovaldi. The first pitch comes firing into Torres, and it is called a strike. It's 0-1. That is the second home run hit against the Yankees in the postseason by Xander Bogaerts, third of his career in the postseason. Here's the 0-1 pitch, fastball up around the letter, swung on and missed, and it's 0-2.
Yeah, he's throwing gas right now. 96. You can tell he's juiced up. This guy's got a thunderbolt for a shoulder.
Kind of has that bulldog mentality too. Here comes the 0-2 pitch, and it is a slider outside the zone. It's 1-2. Gleyber Torres hitting 259 on the year, just 9 home runs, but 14 stolen bases. So if he can get on, he can be a problem on the base paths. Here's the 1-2 pitch delivery, and outside the zone slider once again. It's 2-2. Eovaldi seems to be setting him up outside the first 4 pitches on the outside part of the plate as he gets the sign. And here comes the 2-2 pitch. It is outside fastball, and it's 3-2. Red Sox lead.
You do not want to walk this guy.
Red Sox lead the Yankees 2-0. And here comes the payoff pitch. And it is swung on and hit to right field. Verdugo's underneath it just before the warning track, and it's 1 away.
Yep, you said it. It's important to keep him off the base pads. He can cause some trouble over there if he gets on.
And a guy that I would just refer to in the utmost respect as a pesky hitter comes up to the plate. Brett Gardner.
The thorn.
Brett Gardner on the year, hitting 222, just 10 home runs and 39 RBI. But we all know if one guy can get on the base paths and move around quickly, it's Brett Gardner. His entire career, he's been willing to lay down the drop bunt. Here comes the first pitch from Eovaldi. It's a slider curveball inside. It's 1-0.
Yeah, he's known as the thorn in Boston. This guy will take a walk. He'll take one in the shoulder. He doesn't care. He just wants to get on base. Great ball
player. Yeah. Here comes the 1-0 pitch, and it is a curveball called for a strike. It is 1-1.
Yeah, Gardner's one of those guys you always want on your team. He's a class act, good ball player toward the end of his career now, but I tell you what, there's not a team out there that wouldn't take him.
1-1 pitch to Gardner is a fastball, and it's called for a strike. 98 miles an hour on the block. It's 1-2. Little high, and
that's the pitch right
there. If Eovaldi gets that pitch all night long, he's going to be in business.
Right. Yeah, that's the pitch he wants right there. Almost impossible to hit.
Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Fastball inside, just under the armpit, and it's 1-2. I'm sorry, it's 2-2. Excuse me.
That one clocked at 100. Did you see that? 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, he is definitely warmed up and loose, as we'll get the 2-2 count from Eovaldi, and swung on and missed. Strike three. Looked like a curveball, and he swung just over it. And there's 2 away in the top of the second inning at Fenway Park.
That's not fair. He comes at him with a 100-mile-an-hour pitch and then throws an Uncle Charlie at him. I mean, come on. That was a beautiful setup. Nice delivery.
Red Sox lead at 2-0 off of Xander Bogaerts' 2-run bomb in the bottom of the first inning. Yankees had a bit of a threat of their own in the top of the first inning, but nothing doing. And here comes the first pitch, swung on and rolled over, and it looks like Plawecki's on top of it, but he's not going to get it in time, and that is going to be is the umpire calling that foul? There's a strange look on.
Is that a grimace or a weird look?
I thought it was a single, but the way it did not hit his foot. It did not hit his foot as we're looking at the replay, and it rolled over, and it was Gio Urshela. He gunned down first. He might have tweaked something. Now, it is a single. It is being called a single, but you're right. He had kind of a weird look on his face. He is staying in the game. So
yeah, if you saw the replay, once he touched the bag, he looked a little hobbled, and he's rubbing it right now. Yeah, he's feeling something.
Looks like it could be a quad. We'll keep an eye on that going forward. Here comes the first pitch to Kyle Higashioka, and he fouls it back. It's out of play. Looking to see if they're showing. Remember, he was the one that went flying into the dugout. I believe that was Sunday against the Rays. It might have been Saturday, but I was watching that live, and I kind of had a yell out. My wife was like, "What are you yelling?" I was like, "That kid just went flying into the dugout, and he ended up being okay." Same kid, and you wonder if he might have aggravated it. It's an 0-2 pitch, an 0-2 count now to Kyle Higashioka, as it was swung and missed slider, and the Boston crowd stands up as Kyle digs in, and the 0-2 delivery wide and outside the zone, and it's 1-2. I'm sure they'll look at him once he gets into the dugout. We'll see if he comes back out for the bottom of the second inning. You figure if he can go, this is it, all men on deck. Here comes the 1-2 pitch, and it's fouled back by Kyle, and we'll do it again at 1-2.
Yeah.
Higashioka is hitting 181 on the year, 10 home runs. And Kyle digs in as Eovaldi gets a new pitch. And it is a swinging strike blocked at the plate. So there will be no advance, and that'll do it. We head to the bottom of the second inning. Boston 2, New York nothing.
The Almighty says this must be a fashionable fight. It's drawn the finest people.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert. A 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. We're only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/our stories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Let's keep the Dodgers in Brooklyn. Our house is not a home without some...
Playoffs? We'll talk about playoffs? You kidding me? Playoffs? I just hope we can win a game.
Welcome back here to Yankees Red Sox baseball as we are set for the bottom of the second inning. The New York Yankees trail Boston 2-0 off a 2-run shot by Xander Bogaerts. Coming up this inning will be leading off Hunter Renfroe. The .259 batting average, 31 home runs on the year.
Looks like Eovaldi's got a couple of his pitches working. That slider doesn't seem to be as sharp, but his curveball's working, and that fastball has been dotting all night. It's a good sign for the Sox.
Here comes the first pitch delivery from Garrett Cole as we get set for the beginning of the bottom of the second. And the first pitch is a fastball fired on the outside part of the plate, and it's 0-1. Yankees, no runs, 2 hits, no errors. Red Sox, 2 runs, 1 hit, and no errors. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Fastball high and under the chin. It's 1-1.
That will get your attention, my man.
At least get you to invest in some new shorts. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. And it's a slider on the outside part of the zone. And I think it might have shook Renfroe as he flailed at that one. It's 1-2.
Yeah, that was not his prettiest swing of his career right there.
Here comes the 1-2 pitch, and there's a fastball hit high and down the line and hit going, just foul as Judge and Rizzo gave chase. It fell in between them and fell in foul territory and inside the park, just barely foul, right where the ball girl sits. Sure, there's quite the
yeah. If you hit it foul up either one of these lines, you've thrown a dart because there's no foul ground at Fenway. But he hit that one right where it had to be, out of the reach of both of those guys.
bring it back to the action here as Cole's ready to fire it, and it is a slider outside the zone and in the dirt. Swung on and missed by Hunter Renfroe, and it's out number one.
Pretty pitch. Pretty pitch.
Fenway Park, as you can imagine, is absolutely packed tonight, or as people call it nowadays, a super spreader event. And
I don't think they care much.
I'd say not. Here comes the first pitch to Kevin Plawicki, and it is a slider on the outside part of the plate. It's 0-1. Beautiful night for baseball. Saw the forecast. It was supposed to be in the 60s tonight and clear or cloudy, but no chance of rain. And fastball on the outside part of the plate. They're going to call that a strike. Little iffy. What say you?
Well, I think he swung, actually. I don't know if it was a called strike. I think he swung through it.
Fair enough. Here comes the 0-2 pitch, and it is held up for a slider on the outside part of the plate. It's 1-2. They are calling it a swinging strike now. So there was a correction in the stat book.
Yeah, it was a very unsure swing, but he did take a hack at it.
One away with Plawicki. 1-2 pitch, and it is on the outside part of the plate, trying to get him to chase for a slider, and it's 2-2.
You know, if we can lay off that pitch right there, we could really run up his pitch count because he's been living out there so far tonight.
On deck is Dahlbach, the 2-2 pitch, and it is a fastball roasted into the gap. Is that going to go? It is off the JetBlue sign, and here he comes around sliding into second base with a one-out double, and the Boston Red Sox got something going with Kevin Plawicki double to center field.
All right, now it's Bobby D's turn. Dahlbeck is the man you want up in this position right here. Red Sox are getting some good swings, some really good swings on Cole early.
98-mile-an-hour fastball on the outside part of the zone. He stepped into it and shot it off the center field wall. It came back to Gardner pretty quickly. He got it into the infield. Good relay, but the hustle from Plawicki has got a one-out double with Bobby Dahlbeck and his 25 home runs coming to the plate.
That ball almost got out of here. It really did.
Boston in their red jerseys and white bottoms, and the Yankees in all gray with blue caps. Here comes the first pitch, and it is wide and outside the zone, 99 miles an hour, almost pitch out kind of depth, and it's 1-0.
I miss pitch outs, don't you?
I think that went by the way of the fact that there's no stolen bases anymore. So at some point they outlawed it when they didn't tell anybody. Here comes the 1-0 pitch, and it is a swung on and miss slider inside the zone, and it's 1-1.
That was a beautiful pitch.
Kind of a biting slider.
Yeah, it was the right pitch to swing at, too. That's right in Dahlbeck's wheelhouse. He just missed it.
If you're just joining us, the Boston Red Sox lead 2-0. Bottom of the second inning. They've got a rally going here with the runner on second, and fastball swung on and missed up underneath the chin, and it's 1-2.
That pitch has to look way different to the batter than it does to us. I never understood why they swing when it's up around their chin like that. It just has to be so enticing standing in the batter's box.
Well, what do they say? You have about 1/10 of a second to decide whether you're going to swing or not swing at something. So here comes the 1-2 pitch, and it is a knuckle curve just low, and it's 2-2. That was one of those, if he gets called out, you're going to say too close to take.
Yeah, you can't leave that in the hands of the umpire. And I think he might have got away with one right there. That was a beautiful pitch.
Here comes the 2-2 pitch, and it is a four-seam fastball fouled back up against the screen. We'll do it again at 2-2.
He just missed that one as well, although that one was out of the strike zone too.
Bobby Dahlbeck at the plate, Christian Arroyo on deck. Then you would flip it over if anyone gets on, going to the top of the order. Here comes the 2-2 delivery from Cole, and it is a slider outside the zone. 3-2, got a full count.
Okay, Bobby D, make him pitch now. He's got to come at you. He doesn't want to walk the guy here. That's for sure. Doesn't want to put another guy on. Schwarber coming up.
Red Sox lead it 2-0, and Dahlbeck digs in on the 3-2 pitch. Here comes the payoff delivery from Garrett Cole, and it is a slider called for a strike on the outside part of the plate, and Dahlbeck can't believe it, and it's 2 away. That was borderline.
Yeah, at best, that was borderline. That looked out on first pass, that looked outside. That was outside, yeah. But again, too close to take, I guess.
Tough break for Dahlbeck. That's going to send Arroyo to the plate with still a runner on second base. So a single should score Plawecki. And Arroyo digs in. And it is a slider fouled back off the plate, and it's 0-1.
Yeah, as far as catchers go, Plawecki can run. I mean, as far as catchers go, he's not a speed demon by any stretch, but he's just still young enough that his knees haven't given out on him yet.
I think your average catcher doesn't get to second base off that double. I think he gets gunned down. So he's got to have some giddy up in him. Here comes the 0-1 pitch, and swung on and missed up around the letters. It's 0-2. May have been a ball, but one of those, as you talked about a second ago, just an enticing pitch, hard to lay off.
Yeah, and he's going to give you not too many that you like. So if you see one you like, take a hack because, he's Garrett Cole for a reason.
The Rays have announced their games 1 and 2 starters. We'll get to that here in a second. Here comes the 0-2 pitch, and there's a ball outside the zone. It's 1-2. McClanahan and Shane Baz will go games 1 and 2. And obviously the Tampa Bay Rays get the winner of this game right here. The winner goes to Tampa. So Tampa Bay Rays fans and players alike are all tuning in, as what a great way to start the American League, the Major League playoff postseason with Red Sox Yankees. Here comes the 1-2 pitch from Cole to Arroyo, and swung on and missed, strike 3. We're going to head to the top of the 3rd inning. Boston 2, New York nothing.
I should have gone to law school or high school.
Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live. We cover Braves baseball, Red Sox, Yankees, Rays, Cubs and Cardinals, and the rest of Major League Baseball every day. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast. Stay locked in on Armchair Quarterbacks Radio. Always just moments away from the big play.
There's Cunningham. Dodges left and puts it way downfield for Fred Barnett, who has the catch. And the race is on. There are no flags. A 95-yard touchdown.
The ball just over the goal line of the Cowboys. Dorsett, single setback. Big opening for Tony Dorsett. Look out, he's got great speed. 99 yards and a half. Dorsett down the sideline, stays in bounds.
Can you
believe that? 99.5-yard run, I think, is the longest run in the history of the league.
Here's Cunningham back to throw it and going deep, and he's got Moss, and there's a flag on the play, and Moss has got the pass, and it's in the end zone anyway. Touchdown. Just throw it as far as you can. Randy Moss is amazing. Randall Cunningham is amazing.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Welcome back here to Yankees Red Sox baseball. The Red Sox lead it 2-0. I'm sitting here with Teamus Wooten. Teamus, what are you seeing so far as we get ready for the top of the third?
Well, Evaldi is doing exactly what we were hoping he was going to do so far. I'd like his slider to be a little sharper, but his other two pitches have really got some things. He's keeping the Yankee hitters off balance. Garrett Cole seems to have found his groove a little bit, though, in that last inning. He gave double, but he really turned.
All right, that's going to bring us to the top here of the third inning, and Red Sox lead it 2-0 off the 2-run bomb by Xander Bogaerts. Nathan Eovaldi, 28 pitches into the night, and we get set for inning number 3 with Andrew Velazquez coming to the plate. And first pitch is swung on and popped up easy for the left fielder. And we're quickly one away. Verdugo got underneath that pretty quickly, probably about halfway between the warning track and the infield. So an easy first pitch out. If you missed the news earlier today, David Montgomery, the Chicago Bears, will be out 4 to 5 weeks. And Josh Gordon has been activated once again to an NFL roster, this time the Chiefs. Here comes the first pitch to Anthony Rizzo as he digs in, and it's 1-0.
Well, you talk about a good addition to a ball club. This guy right here.
Yeah, that was one of those that you saw it coming and you wondered why it didn't happen earlier. Why the Yankees didn't go out and grab him in early July. Worked out for the best, but barely. As the AL wildcard went down the stretch, it is now 2-0 to Rizzo as a fastball misses on the inside part of the plate. Rizzo just great all around hitter. And of course, he's a leader. Won a World Series ring with the Cubs. Here's the 2-0 pitch, and it is a splitter at the knees, and it's 2-1.
And little side note, he is the only player I've ever caught a foul ball from. Anthony Rizzo at Fenway Park when he played for the Cubs.
Made me laugh to no end earlier this year with the stunt between him and Freddie Freeman. Here comes the 2-1 pitch, and it is fouled off. Looks like it might have hit possibly his shin, but he looks unscathed. It'll be 2-2. You're not aware of what I'm referring to. It went trending. May or June of this year, Cubs and Braves, and they were chasing Freddie Freeman down in a pickle play, and you just here comes the 2-2 pitch to Rizzo, and it is a foul ball back behind home plate and out of play. We'll do it again at 2-2. And you just hear in the audio as Rizzo's chasing him down. Now, the game was a blowout. Atlanta was winning by quite a bit, but you just hear Rizzo chasing him down, yelling, Freddie! And Freddie Freeman's dying laughing, and he ends up tagging him out, and he's just bent over laughing the entire middle of the inning. later on in that series, or maybe it was the next series where the Cubs and Braves played, Rizzo struck out Freddie Freeman as he was brought in to pitch garbage time in a blowout. And Freddie Freeman and Rizzo are very good friends. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it's fouled off. Once again, we'll do it again, 2-2. So they're very good friends, hang out in the offseason and whatnot. And you could see the look on Freddie Freeman's face as he's laughing because he does not want to strike out against Rizzo, but he knows it's about to happen because he can't stop laughing. And Rizzo struck him out with basically 3 ephus pitches, basically what he struck him out with.
And then Freeman couldn't hardly get out of the batter's box because he just bent over laughing again. That was pretty much.
2-2 pitch fouled back once again. We'll do it again. And Rizzo's causing some, if nothing else, he's making Eovaldi pitch. That was the 7th pitch of the at bat.
Eovaldi. All I can say is they had a 1 pitch, 1 out on the previous batter.
Here comes another splitter, and it's fouled off again. It's 2-2 once again. Eovaldi has about 7 pitches at his repertoire, but typically just uses 4 to 5 pitches. Breaking news has come across the wire. Jalen Smith of the Dallas Cowboys, who leads them in tackles, has been released by the Dallas Cowboys. We find out why. We will let that be known. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Fastball across, swung on and missed. And finally, the at bat is over as a 9-pitch out. And that'll bring
9 right down Broadway.
That'll bring Aaron Judge to the plate. Looked like it was about a 98-mile-an-hour fastball. After fouling all that off, Eovaldi said enough was enough and rocked and fired it. So we've got 2 away. Aaron Judge in the batter's box with Stanton on deck. Here's the first pitch to Judge, and it is swung on and hit high, hit deep into right center field, and just in front of the bullpen, Kike Hernandez will make the catch, and we'll go to the bottom of the 3rd. Boston leads 2-0. Kyle Schwarber is coming up to bat.
Why is there a pancake in the silverware drawer?
I mean, why is there silverware in the pancake drawer?
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Don't miss a moment of heart-stopping NFL coverage on Armchair Quarterback Radio.
Riggins. He's going to go all the way unless Blackwood can catch him, and he can't.
3rd and 3. We'll see a pickup sometime on the right side, possibly.
Montana looking, throwing in the end zone. Caught it. Dwight Clark.
Only 12 seconds left to play 3rd quarter. Here's Marcus Allen cutting back upfield, and Marcus Allen could be gone. 74 yards for Marcus Allen.
The quiet man of this football team, Scott Norwood. He can fire the shot heard round the world now. Here we go with 8 seconds to play. High drama here on the Super Bowl.
But in the air, it's got the distance.
It measures just 9 inches in circumference, weighs only about 5 ounces, and is made of cork wound with woolen yarn, covered with 2 layers of cowhide, and stitched by hand precisely 216 times.
Welcome back here to Yankees Red Sox baseball as we head to the bottom of the 3rd inning. Boston leads 2-0, and it'll send Kyle Schwarber in the top of the order to the plate. Teamus, how are you feeling about Boston's chances so far as they're getting Garrett Cole deep into he's at 39 pitches going into the bottom of the third?
Yeah, I feel pretty good. I mean, obviously with the Red Sox Yankees, 2 runs is never enough. I mean, what is enough? But I'd like us to get a couple more in the next inning or two and keep those Yankee bats at bay. But so far, so good.
We get set for Kyle Schwarber, who is 0 for 1 on the night. And here's the first pitch by Garrett Cole, and he fires it across the plate, swung on and missed, looked like a slider, and it's 0-1. Schwarber hitting 266 on the year, 32 home runs, 71 RBIs, 928 OPS. And here's the 0-1 pitch, and as a fastball swung and fouled back and out of play, it's 0-2.
Well, Kyle come up swinging tonight. He's hacking up there.
Kike Hernandez is on deck. Devers is in the hole. Schwarber tries to get on and get something going here. Here's the 0-2 pitch to Schwarber, and it is wide and outside the zone. Change up, and it's 1-2.
Dave, if you're Aaron Boone, and how many more runs do you give the Red Sox before you go?
Before you go what? Say that again. Here comes a fastball, swung on and hit, and it's hammered high and deep into right field. That is way gone, about 30 rows back, and the Boston Red Sox lead it 3-0 on a leadoff home run in the third inning by Kyle Schwarber. 110-mile-an-hour exit velocity with 435 feet in the New England air.
He got every inch of that one. Time to take a cart ride.
Your audio cut out there at the very end. How long does he give until what?
How many more runs can Cole give up before Aaron Boone and go gets him?
Well, on a home run like that, I think you still roll the dice. Here comes the first pitch, swung on, and it might as well have been a rolled underhanded down the line, as that ball is going to die for Kike Hernandez like a swinging bunt type deal, and he'll get on base with 1 on and nobody out. I think what it really would probably come down to this, T, is if they get a rally going here, they've got to stop it. He's pitching pretty well. He's just going to let 2 pitches get away from him. But I get what you're saying as far as how as deep as I think he's going to have a shorter leash than what the Red Sox would have, because the Yankees bullpen is so deep.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not sure that home run's landed yet. I'm gonna be honest with you.
I think it just crashed through my window.
Right, yeah, the thing bounced off the shuttle.
Here comes the first pitch to Rafael Devers. He digs in and swings and fouls it back, and it is 0-1. If you're just joining us, Boston leads 3-0, bottom of the third inning. Still a lot of baseball to go, as American League Wildcard game, it's do or die. And winner take all. The winner of this game heads into the American League postseason to take on the Tampa Bay Rays Thursday night. That game will be in prime time too. They have released the times for the first few games of the Major League Baseball playoffs, and I will get into that here in a little bit. As Garrett Cole shuffles Kike Hernandez back to first, and Rafael Devers digs in on the 0-1 pitch, and it is low and outside the zone, knuckle curve, 1-1.
Boy, if Rafi get a home run here, I think we're in really good shape, and this is the guy we want up right now. Cole's a little bit.
Here comes the 1-1 pitch to Devers as Cole gets the sign. They reset the signs, and here comes the delivery. And it is a fastball outside the zone. It'll be 2-1. Tomorrow night, the game Cardinals and Dodgers will start at 8:10 p.m. Eastern. I will have the call here on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube. We'll come on at 8 o'clock for the pregame. First pitch is 8:10 Eastern. Here comes the 2-1 pitch from Cole, and nice knuckle curve on the outside part of the zone, and that'll even it up at 2-2. Thursday, White Sox and Astros begin at 4:07 p.m. And the winner of this game will play in Tampa at 8:07 p.m. The National League gets going the next day. We'll get into that here in 1 second. Here's the 2-2 delivery from Cole. 49th pitch of the night for Cole, and it's high and outside the zone. Full count for Devers. There's nobody out. A runner on first. Rafael Devers getting ready for the 3-2 payoff pitch with Xander Bogaerts, who already has a 2-run blast. Boston leads 3-0. Here comes the payoff pitch to Devers, and fastball outside the zone. Kike Hernandez was going, but to no avail, as it'll be a walk, and it'll put runners on first and second, nobody out, and Xander Bogaerts, who's already 1-for-1 with the home run, coming to the plate, and that's going to send Aaron Boone to the pitcher's mound. We'll see if he's going out there to just talk to Cole, or if he could be getting the hook. Continuing on with he is getting the hook, so we'll go to a break. When we come back, the Yankees will have a new pitcher, runners on first and second, nobody out. Xander Bogaerts to the mound, and we'll get into the rest of the playoff lineup this weekend.
Now, if you want to crown them, but they are who we thought they were, and we let them off the hook.
ACC football covered like no other here on the Armchair Quarterback.
Against the blitz, touchdown, Preston scores the touchdown, and now it's Bowden's decision, and he sends Maury onto the field right away. Danny Cannell is the holder. Maury. This game is over. A 31-31 tie. A 31-31 tie.
A deep throw by Lawrence, a lot of contact. Justin Ross broke free from it. He's down in the end zone. Touchdown, Clemson. Justin Ross, a freshman wide receiver, big, rangy.
If you're a fan of the ACC, pull up an armchair. You're home.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Zit shot. It travels 60 feet 6 inches from the pitcher's mound to home, and it can cover that distance at nearly 100 miles an hour. Along the way, it can be made to twist, spin, curve, wobble, rise, or fall away.
Welcome back here to Yankees Red Sox baseball. If you're just joining us, Garrett Cole has been ran from the game. It's 3-0 Boston, as we'll get into the pitching change here in 1 second as we welcome Teamus back in. Teamus, what a shocker. Garrett Cole only goes 2 innings, gives up 3 earned runs, and is responsible for the 2 runners on base.
Yeah, I was pretty shocked that he didn't give him one more bet, but I mean, there's no tomorrow. I didn't think he was going to make it through this inning after giving up the leadoff home run.
It's going to bring Clay Holmes into the fold with his 1.61 ERA facing Xander Bogaerts, as he's going to try to stop the bleeding here. Be interesting to see if the Red Sox try to play sluggo ball or if they just try to get another run across the board to put some more heat on the Yankee offense. Eovaldi has been pitching fantastic if you're just joining us. And here comes the first pitch from Holmes, and there's a strike on the outside part of the plate. It's 0-1.
I wouldn't mind seeing a little small ball here. We need to run this inning. No outs, 2 on. We need to get somebody else across.
Bogaerts is 1 for 1 with the 2-run bomb as a changeup that Cole left across the plate at the bottom of the first inning. And here comes the 0-1 pitch, and swung on and missed slider in the zone, and it's 0-2.
That was an ugly swing right there. Good gracious.
Cardinals and Dodgers right here again tomorrow night. We'll have the coverage. We talked about Thursday. White Sox and Astros will play at 4. Rays and Yankees will play at 8. Here comes the 0-2 pitch to Xander Bogaerts, and it is a sinker in the dirt, and it's 1-2. On Friday, you're going to have a quadruple header of baseball. At 2:00 Eastern, it's Chicago versus Houston. At 4:37 Eastern, Atlanta versus the Brewers. We'll have the call here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. That'll put Yankees and Red Sox at 7:02 Eastern first pitch, and then the Giants will host the winner of the NL Wildcard game at 9:37 Eastern. Fun day of baseball on Friday. Here comes the 1-2 pitch, and it is in the dirt, and he's going to call it a strike, a swinging strike, and there's one away. They're saying Bogaerts went around on that pitch.
I don't think he went, honestly. He may have. That's one of the hardest calls in baseball right there. How do you ever really know? I think it's just instinct pretty much for the umpire to make that call.
Looking at that last replay, they just showed up from up the line. I don't think he went, but that is the weirdest rule in baseball. There is no definitive check swing parameters. It is a judgment call by whatever umpire on whether or not he thinks he offered at it. And every umpire has his own book. That is one of the strangest things in all of sport. Here comes the first pitch to Verdugo. It's in the dirt, sinker, and it's 1-0. You would think after 150 years of this sport being professional, they would have came up with a standard ruling for what is and what is not a swinging strike. But it is a judgment call. Here comes the first pitch or second pitch, and it is shot over to third base, scooped up by Urshela. He fires it down to Torres, and Torres throws it down to first. A quick double play to end the inning, and that'll do it for the Red Sox. But not before they get one run. Boston leads at 3-0. We head to the top of 4.
We can't Herbie Dern your frazzle dazzle.
Armchair Quarterback Radio is AFC South Country, all NFL season long.
They hand it off for Fournette. He's driving, and he's in for the touchdown. Wow!
Drive starts at the 1 and looking for a little breathing room, and they get that and plenty more.
Derrick Henry still going. Stays in bounds. He might go. 99 yards for the touchdown. Unbelievable.
2nd and 10. Empty set. Walk downfield. And that is Hilton again. 1st and goal. Ebron. What a year for him. Eric Ebron. Touchdown. Full slant. Caught. Touchdown. Marquise Lee. And he punched the ball into the stands. Deep. And he's got it. Keelan Cole. Touchdown, Jacksonville.
Stay locked into the AFC South on Armchair Quarterback Radio.
Cars from all over America come to find a new home in Florida, just like you. I moved here after the draft, football. I noticed there was one thing missing from this great town, a celebrity-endorsed used car shop. That's why I founded BJ's Used Autos. Every one of these beauties is freshly painted. They look brand new. We have new models coming in every morning, usually around 2 a.m. We can get you anything. And if you see a car of your dreams, tell us. We can acquire it for you. I've taken the skills I've learned as a pro football player to the used car business. Smash, grab, and run like hell. I'm tackling low prices with hot cars.
The bat is made of turned ash, less than 42 inches long, not more than 2 3/4 inches in diameter.
Welcome back here to Red Sox, Yankees. Boston leads at 3-0 as we head to the top of the 4th inning. Giancarlo Stanton will be digging in against Eovaldi. Finishing up the playoff picture, the playoff schedule. Saturday, it'll be Braves versus Brewers at 5:07 first pitch. We will have the call here on our YouTube channel. And then the 9:07 first pitch will be Giants versus either the Dodgers or the Cardinals. And then the American League will be back in action on Sunday at 4 p.m. will be the Tampa Bay series. 8 o'clock will be the Houston series. And then you'll get 4 games possibly on Monday again, but those times have not been released. Here comes the first pitch of Stanton, and it is a fastball high and inside, and it's 1-0. Boston looking for a shutdown inning here. After gaining another run, they lead 3-0. Boone was able to get the bleeding stopped with his bullpen after Cole gave up 3 runs in just 2 innings of work. Here comes the 1-1 pitch to Stanton, and it is a called strike slider on the outside part of the plate, and it's 1-2. Eovaldi digs in, gets the sign, and rocks and fires, and there's a fastball at the letter swung on and missed by Stanton, and he's down on strikes for the first out of the inning.
Big out right there. Big out.
I noticed on Twitter during the break, Alex Rodriguez is trending on Twitter. So that means he has to have said something stupid. So we welcome everyone in who got tired of that jargon. And it's the only reason why he would be trending as he is doing the television call. I've already gotten a couple of inboxes of people thanking me for doing this game tonight because they wanted to avoid the A-Rod.
Thank you, A-Rod and A-Rod.
As Joey Gallo digs in for the 0-1 count. He's 0 for 1 on the night with a strikeout and fastball inside just off the plate, and it's 1-1. Eovaldi very manageable right now, 4th inning, 1 away and only at 45 pitches. Think they would love to see him get into the 6th or 7th.
I would dance a Irish jig if he made it through the 7th.
Fastball is fouled back out of play on the third base side, and it's going to go to 1-2. Absolutely. If Boston can get a 6-7 inning, even if he can get going in the 7th, even if he can't complete the 7th, gives him a big advantage with such a shallow bullpen.
Yeah,
here comes the 1-2 pitch, and it is in the dirt for a ball, and it's 2-2. Was listening to Boston radio this morning, and one of their morning shows, they were talking about how this game could play out. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it is ripped foul down the first base line and out of play. We'll do it again at 2-2. And I wish I could remember the gentlemen's names, but it was something in Keefe. So the show is something in Keefe. And the guy Keefe said when they asked him about the Boston bullpen and looking at when he would want to see, here comes the 2-2 pitch, and it is a fastball hit high, hit deep into center field, but Kike's underneath it right in front of the warning track, probably about a 400-foot out, and it's one away. And they were asking him when he wanted to see Matt Barnes tonight, and his comment was, I only want to see Matt Barnes in a hoodie trying to keep warm as the rest of the guys get the outs.
Tell the truth.
He said the only way he wants to see Matt Barnes in there is if the game is an absolute blowout one way or the other. And that's going to bring up Gleyber Torres to the plate, who is 0 for 1, and curveball on the outside part of the plate will make it an 0-1 count as Eovaldi digs in, gets the sign working quickly now, and it is a fastball ripped down the third base line, just foul, and it's 0-2.
Yeah, after August, Barnes the wheels just came off for Matty.
Was that just worked too much? Did he have dead arm issues?
I think he just lost it. I don't have a good answer for you. I wish I did. I love Matty, but yeah, the wheels just came off, man. He was giving up home run after home run, walking guys. He was walking the stadium.
Makes it even more dumbfounding as the 0-2 pitch is fouled back. We'll do it again at 0-2. Makes it even more dumbfounding that Boston wasn't more aggressive at the trading deadline to go out and get a Craig Kimbrell or someone of his ilk. Here comes the 0-2 pitch, and it is a curveball swung on and hit into deep center field, but Hernandez is underneath it, and Kike will make it out number 3. We'll head to the bottom of the third. Renfroe, Plawecki, and Dalbec are all due up. Keep it locked in here on Red Sox Yankees baseball.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long in your DFS payouts. The only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
Batter has only a few thousandths of a second to decide to hit the ball. And yet the men who fail 7 times out of 10 are considered the game's greatest heroes.
Welcome back here to Yankees Red Sox baseball as Boston leads it 3-0. We head to the bottom of the 4th inning, and the Red Sox will send up Hunter Renfroe, who is 0 for 1 on the night. He'll be followed up by Plawecki and Dalbach as we head towards the bottom of the order. 3-0 lead, team, but that's not quite enough, is it?
Oh, no, it's nowhere near enough. But I will say Eovaldi's looking, seems like he's getting better every inning, which is what we need. But he looked real sharp that last inning.
Absolutely, as they'll try to ride him as long as they can. But you never know when these Yankee bats can get going and get hot. So we'll keep an eye on what's going on there. But here comes the first pitch from Holmes, who came in last inning. He'll continue, and it's 0-1 with a slider across the belt. Renfroe 0 for 1 with the strikeout. 3 hits, 3 runs, 4 hits, and no errors for the Red Sox. Here's sinker right at the knees, 97 miles an hour, and it's 1-1.
That was borderline as well.
Here comes the 1-1 pitch, and setting up outside, and it'll miss outside for 2-1. Yankees just 2 hits on the night so far in 4 innings. We said before, Eovaldi, 4 innings, 5 strikeouts, no earned runs. The book is closed on Cole. Here comes the 2-1 pitches. The Yankees bullpen is getting warm. A couple of guys getting up. We'll keep you up to date on that. And it's wide and outside, and it'll take it to 3-1. Garrett Cole pitched 2 innings plus 3 earned runs, 4 hits, 2 walks, 3 strikeouts. Not your typical Garrett Cole. And here comes a fastball on the ground, and it's shot into center field as they were playing Renfroe on the shift, and he'll take the single and start the inning off with the leadoff 1-bagger.
That was a beautiful, beautiful opposite field hit. Beat that shift. I hate the shift. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it.
Hit them where they ain't. I think a lot of changes are coming to Major League Baseball over the next few years as they continue to play around with some things in the minor leagues. Of course, the first thing I have to do is get that collective bargaining agreement nailed down during the offseason. Nothing's getting changed before that happens. So that'll bring up Plawecki, who is 1 for 1 on the night. And they're going to fire back over to first to keep Renfroe honest. We'll start the at-bat here. Yankees trail 3-0 in Boston, bottom of the 4th inning, if you're just joining us. And fastball on the outside part of the black by Holmes, and it's 0-1. Live arm there at 98 miles an hour.
Yeah, he can throw.
Absolute stellar bullpen that New York has to try to navigate through that if you're Boston through the rest of the game. Here comes the 0-1 pitch, and it is a slider outside the zone. It's 1-1.
Yeah, up and down that bullpen is stellar, is the only word I can think to describe the Yankee bullpen.
Tomorrow night, that game's out in Los Angeles that we'll have for you. Dodgers, Cardinals, and here comes the 1-1 pitch from Holmes, and it is a fastball banged into the dirt, high chopper, and it is quickly grabbed by Torres. He fires to second. Velasquez fires it over to first to Rizzo, and it is a double play, and just like that, 2 outs in the bottom of the 4th inning. That was a tailor-made deal that Torres was able to turn around, spin and fire it, and get the double play going. Plawicki, the catcher.
Clay needed that for sure. That unfortunate, but
you'll have the 2 out, nobody on, and it's going to bring Bobby Dahl back to the plate, who's 0 for 1. And he'll get a sinker called for first strike, 98 miles an hour at the knees, and it's 0-1. That game tomorrow night, you're going to have Wainwright versus Scherzer. Here's slider hit high and hit deep into right field, and it's going to drift over towards the fans. Aaron Judge has it, and that'll be out number 3. We head to the top of the 5th inning, cruising along here as the Red Sox lead it 3-0. Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year long and your DFS payouts. The only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long. Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live, or catch the instant replay. Welcome back here to Major League Baseball. The Yankees and Red Sox in a one-game winner-take-all as we head to the 5th inning. The Boston Red Sox lead it 3-0 off of a couple of home runs. And Garrett Cole has already been ran out of the game. Something I don't think anyone saw, only going 2 innings. Nathan Eovaldi, the Bulldog that he is pitching well so far. New York far from out of it. Was we head to the top of 5, and you're going to have Brett Gardner, Urshela, and Higashioka coming to the plate. The New York Yankees try to build, really try to dig in and get you to do what they did in the late 90s. Try to work your pitch count. 45% swing rate. It is the lowest in all of Major League Baseball. It's led to a lot of runs for the Yankees. Here comes the first pitch. There's a called strike On Gardner, it's 0-1.
That's a crazy stat when you think about how many of them strike out and how many times they strike out.
I think it goes to the old, it always reminds me of the old Yankees from the late 90s where they picked up, it was before it was an in thing to call it analytics, but they picked up on the fact that if they could get you to eat a lot of pitches with your starting pitcher, they could get into your bullpen. And so it was enforced to go ahead and take pitches, dig yourself into holes, but it would pay off in the end. Here comes the 1-1 pitch, and it is missed. Splitter outside the zone. It's 2-1. It worked for the Yankees in the late 90s for sure. You would see them constantly, and you always wondered why other teams didn't do it. Here comes the 2-1 pitch. High and outside the zone, it's 3-1.
Yeah, not a lot didn't work for the Yankees in the late 90s. So.
I think a lot of people always believed when they go back to their memory, they think it was this loaded team offensively. It really wasn't. It was a solid team offensively, but they played smart baseball. Here comes the 3-1 pitch and fastball looking. It's 3-2. It sure wasn't the murderer's row of the 20s and the 40s and 50s of the Yankees. Here comes the 3-2 pitch, swung on and missed. Strike number 3, straight gas by Eovaldi.
Yes, sir. That was hit it if you can right there.
That'll bring Urshela up to the plate. He's 1 for 1 on the night.
That ball was in the glove before he swung.
And Gardner, one of those guys that we were talking about, typically does not strike out, normally puts the ball in play. That was just too much on the outside for him. Here comes the first pitch to Gio Urshela, and it's a slider hit high into left field, but underneath it is Verdugo, and quickly there are 2 away in the top of the 5th. Bringing Kyle Higashioka to the plate. Kyle is 0 for 1, 181 average, 10 home runs on the year. Really is in there for his defense. Gary Sanchez is on the roster, could pinch hit. And here comes the 0-1 pitch. Or the first pitch of the back, excuse me, and it's 1-0.
Would you consider putting Sanchez in now? I mean, because they had this catcher in for Cole, but Cole's no longer in. But wouldn't you want Sanchez's bat?
I would think so, but maybe they're gonna wait one more time around, since there was maybe if they had something going here, that ball's fouled away. Fastball at the belt, and it's 1-1. I guess what they might be doing is looking into if they had runners on, possibly at Sanchez time, but with 2 away, here comes the 1-1 pitch, and it is a slider hit foul, 1-2. Sanchez has the pop, but he doesn't hit for high average either. So maybe they're trying to get a couple more innings defensively out of Higashioka, and I, for one, will be glad when he gets pinch hit. So I'd much rather say Gary Sanchez. It's funny.
I don't know his numbers against Eovaldi either.
Here comes the 1-2 pitch as Kyle digs back in. Crowd standing room only, and is swung on and missed. Strike 3.
A pitch. Yes, sir.
Slider in the dirt. We head to the bottom of 5. The Boston Red Sox lead the New York Yankees 3-0 in your American League wildcard game. Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay. Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long. Welcome back here to American League Wildcard Baseball. Winner take all. The Boston Red Sox lead the New York Yankees 3-0 as we head to the bottom of the five. Teamus, what are you seeing?
I am seeing Nasty Nate just mow Yankees down. It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. That last pitch was just it was so dirty. I love it. I like what I see. His pitch count's low. And we need some more runs, though.
We'll start the inning off with Christian Arroyo coming to the plate, and then it'll be the top of the order for Boston. Schwarber and Hernandez due up. It is Luis Severino in to pitch, and he will fire the first pitch, and it is a four-seam fastball that kind of got away, and it's 1-0. Severino coming back from major arm surgery, and here's the 1-0 pitch. It's now 2-0. He has yet to give up an earned run on the year, 6 innings, four appearances. And here comes the 2-0 pitch from Severino, and fastball at the knees. It's 2-1. Of course, before his injury, when Severino's on, he's a very nasty customer. Here comes 2-1 pitch, and it is shot over to second base and played perfectly. Though they had the shift on, he went the other way, and it was still able to be corralled by Gleyber Torres. He'll fire it over to first, and it's 1 away, bringing Kyle Schwarber up. Ball was hammered.
Yeah, that was scalded.
Torres was able to spin around.
It almost got up over on Torres there, but he played it.
Schwarber steps in, and here comes the first pitch, and it's 1-0 on the outside corner. Fastball missed the strike zone by about 2 inches. Severino working quickly as he gets the sign and rocks and fires, and it is a called low strike.
Ooh.
Schwarber doesn't seem to like that.
I don't know, man. I looked inside.
So here's the 1-1 pitch and change up on the. No, they're going to call that a strike, and it's 1-2, and Schwarber is fuming, trying not to get. He doesn't want to get rung up and thrown out in the middle of a playoff game, but you can see him looking over at his bench like, are you serious right now?
Yeah, he's taking the umpire's taking the bat out of his hand here. It's that ball was not a strike in any league.
Here comes the 1-2 pitch low, and he'll call that one a ball. It's 2-2. It's almost making you wonder if Blue's got somewhere to be. So you got to catch a play. Mark Carlson is your home plate umpire tonight. And here comes the 2-2 pitch, and changeup kind of crossed up the catcher, and they'll call that a ball. That was closer to the strike zone than the other two strikes.
I agree.
It'd be 3-2. And Schwarber with the payoff pitch ready, and he hits it sharply right over to Rizzo. Rizzo steps on the pillow for the second out of the inning, and it's quickly 2 away. That's an absolute scalded, just right. It was an atom ball.
And even when he gets out, he still makes good, strong contact. I mean, that ball was scalded as well. They're hitting this guy. They're hitting Severino. They're just hitting him right at people.
It's going to bring up Kike Hernandez. Cole's no longer in the game, but he was hitting 455 lifetime off of Cole. He might be missing him about now. Here comes the first pitch, and it is swung on and fouled back. It's 0-1. Kike is 1 for 2 on the night.
I got a hunch Kike's due this evening. Fingers, eyes, and toes are crossed.
0-1 delivery is on the way, and it's a slider foul to the left side of the infield out of play, and it'll be 0-2. 2 away, bottom of the 5th inning. It's getting late early here in Boston for the Yankees. They trail 3-0. Kike digs in and swung on and popped high, but shallow right field. The judge is underneath it, and that'll send us to the top of the 6th. New York trails Boston 3-0.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Ed's Almost Good Beer. Remember, Ed's Almost Good Beer was brewed in God's country when God wasn't looking.
I'm not audible. How audible? I'll use Omaha! Red Polly! Blue Poncho! Dilly! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here, Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Chop, Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Cali, Buffalo! Check! Hey, Short Ox! Uno Raiders! Omaha! I'm out!
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live, or catch the instant replay.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Challenge accepted.
Welcome back here to American League Wildcard Baseball. It's the New York Yankees and Boston Red Sox. Red Sox lead at 3-0 as we head to the top of the 6th inning. Teamus, What are you seeing so far, and how long of a leash will they have on Eovaldi?
Well, I was just sitting here thinking that this is a big, big inning for Nate. And I tell you what, if he gets through this inning unscathed, he's given us everything we could have hoped for. Because like you said, even if he doesn't make it through the 7th, if he gets us into the 7th, it really, helps us toward the end of the game with our bullpen, because we don't have the Yankees bullpen.
Boston leads at 3-0. And if you missed it earlier, they got things going at the bottom of the first inning. Xander Bogaerts took Garrett Cole deep to make it 2-0. And then Schwarber hit one into the night to make it 3-0. They pulled Schwarber shortly after that. Here comes the first pitch to Rougned Odor as he comes in, and it is quickly called a strike. It's 0-1. Odor, so we get you caught up to speed here. Odor is into pinch hit for, I believe, Velazquez. So we'll see how they do that defensively. I would think they would slide Torres over to short and Odor to second. And it's quickly 0-2. And here comes the 0-2 pitch to Odor. So trying to get his bat in, and that didn't work out so well because he just got called for 3 strikes, never got the bat off his shoulders in 3 pitches. And I'm sure Boone's like, well, thanks a lot for that. It's 1 out at the top of the 6th.
Dave, I don't say this often, but I believe I could have done that.
Yeah. That was that's a head scratcher right there.
He did not look comfortable.
They probably should have saved him on the bench in case there was a fight or something, because he might be able to swing the fist, but the bat, I'm not so sure. Here comes Rizzo up to the plate, and he is going to hammer it high and deep and long. And is it straight enough? It is. It is a 1-run bomb by Anthony Rizzo. We've got ourselves a ball game again. It's 3-1.
Well, he doesn't get through the inning unscathed. Let's hope he can keep it to a straight number.
What an absolute moonshot. It is now Boston 3-1 with 1 away, top of the 6th. I think Eovaldi knew he had hung it.
Yeah, I think so.
The biggest question when he hit it was it going to stay fair? And it did. Probably hit that, I'm going to guess, 15 rows back, and that's going to bring the dangerous Aaron Judge to the plate with 1 away. And it's a fastball on the outside part of the plate. It's 0-1.
He did not miss.
Lineup may not be as deep as other Yankees lineups have been, but that 1-2-3 punch at the top is as good as anyone in baseball. Rizzo, Judge, and Stanton. And here comes the 0-2 pitch as this cutter swung on and missed, and it is a dribbler in the infield. Bogaerts is going to give chase. He charges it, fires across his body, and Judge beats it out. It's an infield single. So you got 1 on, 1 out, and the Yankees got something going here. Although I don't believe it's Eovaldi pitching poorly. Do you?
No, I don't think so. He did hang the one against Rizzo, but you can't really hold the Judge hit against him. He just hit it in the, straight down, and it wasn't hit hard enough to get him out.
And so they are going to pull Eovaldi. Wow. Okay. So we're going to head to the pen. We'll take a quick break with everyone else. Red Sox lead at 3-1, and New York's got a rally going. We'll be back in a flash.
Max, a woman in my section wants to know if we do anything gluten-free. What do I tell her? Tell her she's not allergic to gluten. She's just masking an eating disorder.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert. A 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year long and your DFS payouts. The only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
This helpful instructional message from the National Association of People Who Have Trouble Walking and Chewing Gum at the Same Time. Step, chew, step, chew, step, chew, step, chew.
Welcome back here to Yankees Red Sox. If you're just joining us, Yankees got a rally going as Eovaldi's been ran from the game 5 1/3, 4 hits allowed, 1 run, and 8 strikeouts on just 71 pitches. They went ahead and called the hook. You got 1 on, 1 out, and Giancarlo Stanton coming to the mound with Ryan Brazier heading out of the pen.
Yeah, this is
I was shocked.
Pivotal point right here.
Here comes the first pitch to Stanton, and it is a fastball at the knees. It's 1-0. And Brazier really wanting that pitch. Maybe a little low. It was borderline. But considering some of the other pitches that Blue has given tonight, I can see Brazier's claim. Here comes the 1-0 pitch, and it is swung on and missed 96 miles an hour right in Stanton's kitchen, and it's 1-1.
He was trying to tie the game up right there with one swing. Goodness.
Stanton, of course, with some big hits against the Red Sox this year. Looking to tie this one up. Here comes the 1-1 pitch, and it's on the outside just off the plate, and it's 2-1. Some big news in golf that we'll get into here in a second. It's Brazier working a little slower than what Eovaldi was. Looks like they're calling for time, and Blue will give it. So we'll sit here at a 2-1 count, wait for the pitch, wait everyone to get restarted again. DeChambeau and Koepka have agreed to play the match November 26th. Here comes the fastball, hit high and deep off the sign, off the green monster. It will stay in play, and it's going to ricochet. Kike Hernandez gets the ball, fires it back in, and he throws Aaron Judge out at the plate. What an absolute incredible relay from Kike Hernandez. A sharp line drive off the wall from Hernandez. Judge is thrown out by the relay throw of Xander Bogaerts. An exciting play that looked like for sure you were getting runners on second and third. Worst case scenario, 1 out for the Yankees, but they sent them.
I can't believe they sent him on that play. I'm awfully glad they did, but you don't run on the Red Sox outfield. You just don't. That's what happens right there.
Judge with the swim move. It does look like, as we're looking at the replay, that the throw definitely beat him. Whether or not the tag, as he did a swim move, it's hard to see. If that's the only angle we got there, they're going to have to uphold that call because you can't see anything else. And I don't think it's getting challenged because though Judge, his right hand came across home plate, unless they've got a better angle, you can't see where he might have avoided the tag. So we clear the dust. It's going to be Stanton on second, 2 away. Incredible play by both Hernandez and Bogarts. And I don't want to shortchange Plawecki either, as he applied the tag. And here comes the first pitch to Joey Gallo, and he pops it up out of play. It's 0-1. Huge play in the game.
Huge play. Huge play. We get out of this inning, without giving up any more runs. We're in good shape.
I do think if the Red Sox bullpen cannot hold this lead coming in so early, there's going to be a lot of chatter on Boston radio tomorrow morning. Here comes the second pitch, and is a fastball hit high and out of play down the right field line several rows back, and we'll set it back up at 0-2.
Would you have sent Judge on that play?
I would not have, considering the momentum and runners on second and third. I don't like being the second out at home plate when I know I can hold him, and especially with Joey Gallo, who can hit the ball deep to get him in on a fly ball. I'm going to play it smart.
I wouldn't have sent him either.
Third base coach, the Yankees, looks a little uncomfortable over there.
Why is everybody looking?
He's got that look like I might need to update my resume. And here comes the 0-2 pitch high and outside. It's 1-2. He looked a little verklempt as they flashed. Yeah. Flashed. Yeah. Ooh, I don't know. They keep showing the replay. The throw definitely beat him. Now, whether or not he might have swam around it, I don't see a good enough camera angle. And here is a fastball slider, and it's banged high and shallow. It's going to be playable, and Devers is underneath it. It's out, number 3. We head to the bottom of the 6th. We've got ourselves a ball game. Yankees trail just 2. It's 3-1.
Make sure when your shift is over, you go home alive.
Look at that. The Hendersons are getting a new fence.
Ah, who cares? They're swingers.
I want a new fence. That's it. We're never having sex again.
Need a home loan fast? At the American Bank of Los Santos, we'll help you get the debt you need to make life easier. We'll show you how to look richer and be poorer. You need to impress people fast, not in 20 years. It's only a risk if you get into money troubles or the economy changes. Call American Bank of Los Santos. Now that the kids have moved out and have drug problems of their own, maybe it's time to install a luxury marble wet bar so you can get drunk in private. American Bank of Los Santos. Why worry about tomorrow if you look inadequate today?
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Lose some weight.
Oh, come on, Quigley. Well, you don't give me that.
Look at me, 92. And I still enjoy swimming, and golfing, and biking, all sports.
Whoopee.
That too.
Come on, after all at your age, must be down to a handshake, huh?
Yep, before and after.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Welcome back here to Yankees Red Sox. It is 3-1 Boston. We do have a defensive switch here as Rognan Odor is going to remain in the game. He's going to play third, and it's going to be Urshela going from third to short as they will keep Torres over at second. So that'll set it up. We're waiting to see if Severino will be coming back out for another inning as Rafael Devers is due up. You'll have Devers, Bogarts, and Verdugo due up in the bottom of the Boston sixth inning. And Severino will be in to pitch. And we get set for the first pitch. And it is a fastball swung on and missed. It's 0-1.
My heart's still pounding from that last inning.
If you're just joining us, Boston leads 3-0 off of 2 home runs, and then the Yankees got it going in the top of the sixth. They answer back with the run of their own, and with Aaron Judge on first base, as here comes the 0-1 pitch and change up in the dirt, it's 1-1. Stanton hits one high off the green monster. It stays in play. Kike Hernandez corralled it, gets it back to Bogarts, and Bogarts guns down Aaron Judge at the plate as a bang-bang play. Leaves back to wonder what I think everyone will be talking about in New York tomorrow is why send Judge with one away? They would have had second and third. And the 3-1 pitch comes in to Devers, and 2-1 pitch comes into Devers, and it's 2-2. I think the moniker on the screen is wrong. I'm showing is it's 2-2, and then they did change it. So here comes the 2-2 pitch from Severino, 18th pitch of his evening, and it'll be first of all, it'll be a really long delivery. Here we go. Slider in the dirt, and it's 3-2. I wasn't sure if he fell asleep out there on the mound.
Yeah, I was going to say, you wake up from a nap?
Just about the time your purists say, I don't want to see a pitch clock, you run into a Severino, and you're like, nah, I'm good with the pitch clock. Here comes the 3-2 pitch to Devers as he digs in. 6th pitch of the at-bat. And it's swung on and fouled down the first base line. We'll do it again. Full count, 3-2. Bogart stands on deck. Bogart's got it going tonight with a 2-run bomb in the first inning. Here comes the 3-2 pitch, and here we go. Swung on and missed. Strike number 3, slider in the dirt, and it's 3-2 on a 3-2 count. Excuse me. So that's going to bring Bogarts up to the dish. We're showing the replay. He just absolutely crushed that ball in the first inning, got things going. A Boston team that desperately needed to get the early lead. I've yet to see a different angle than what they keep showing on the play at the plate. I don't know if you have. All I've seen is the backdrop and then the side view. But to figure out if you really beat the tag, I think you would have to have an overhead camera. And here's the first pitch to Bogarts. It's in the dirt. It's 1-0.
Yeah, I've only seen the same that you have. And I think he was out. I mean, I just think they keep showing it because it was an exciting play.
I figure he was out. The only thing that I would question is he did do a swim move, and when did he tag him? but you can't challenge it because there's no way it's going to get overturned.
No way.
Four-seam fastball on the outside part of the plate, and it's 2-0. And 2-0 pitch in the dirt, changeup, and it's 3-0. Red Sox might get something cooking here with get a runner on you. You would have Verdugo come up to the plate, who was 0 for 2 on the night. And here comes the 3-0 pitch, the delivery. And it is inside, ball number 4, and Xander heads down to first base with one away.
4 straight pitches, 4-pitch walk. That's got to get Booney raise an eyebrow or two over there in the Yankees dugout.
He was just talking to his pitching coach, and he just jumped on the horn. So you got to figure they're probably checking to see who is ready and who is not. It's righty versus lefty right now. Could they be buying time here? If Verdugo, you got righty, you got lefty, righty due up. So maybe they're waiting to see how he does against Verdugo. I can't imagine if he lets him on, he'll face Renfroe, who 31 home runs on the year. Verdugo digs in 0 for 2. And
I'd love it.
Severino fires it over to first to try to catch Xander Bogaerts napping, but to no avail.
I'd love to see Alex get a hold of one here. Let's get that run back.
The infield's come out to have a powwow here on the mound. So we'll see what's cooking there. Could this be the hidden ball trick? What are they going to do here? You don't get a lot of hidden ball tricks anymore, do you?
You ever wonder why? I would lose my mind. Oh my God.
That'd be right up there with the hamburger helper swat that A-Rod did years ago. I don't remember what year that was. I feel like that was around
04.
20 years. Was that 04? Okay. For some reason, I thought it was a different series. Here comes the pitch to Verdugo, and it is low and in the dirt, and it's 1-0. And here comes the 1-0 pitch to Alex from Luis. Luis working slowly, and it's a fastball on the outside part of the plate. It's 1-1. If you're just joining us, Red Sox lead at 3-1. We're bottom of the 6th, 1 on, 1 out. And Severino versus Verdugo. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. Fastball low and at the knees. Oof. They're calling that a ball.
That's an inconsistent call, though, because that's what he called a strike on Schwarber twice.
Yeah. Mark Carlson, the home plate umpire, has not had his finest hour today.
No, he hasn't been consistent.
So here comes the 2-1 pitch as Severino lays it into Verdugo, and he hammers it down the line. It's going to stay in, but it's going to go fair and rattle around right field, and they will send the runner, and Xander's going to come all the way from first to home across the plate without a tag and without a slide. It's 4-1 Boston as Alex Verdugo hopping up and down like a madman at second base. He hits a bases clearing double.
Wow. Xander was on his horse. That was enormous. And Xander was on his horse from the crack of the bat. And I mean, there wasn't really even a play at home plate. That was, I kind of lost the ball when it went down into bounced off the KM sign. After that, I couldn't find it. But the Red Sox saw it. That's all that matters.
They're heading to the bullpen as Losaiga is going to come in we'll go ahead and stay here, kind of set the plate here. My fear is if we go to the commercial break, we won't get back in time. So we'll go ahead and set it up here. You're going to have Hunter Renfroe coming to the plate. You've got Lasaiga, the righty, coming out of the pen, and Verdugo stands on second. They're still just one away. And on deck is Plawicki with Dalbeck in the hole. What are you seeing here, T?
Well, I wanted that run back. We got that. Okay. But now the Yankees are always a bloop and a bomb away from being right back in it. So let's hopefully this next pitcher, we can get on him. We need another run at least, but if we could get a couple of more here, I'd feel a lot better. But the Red Sox are doing what they have to do right now. And, they had a pretty rough end of their season with the exception of the last 3 games, and especially the last time they played the Yankees. So I'm liking what I see, but in no way am I comfortable yet.
You're just joining us. It's Boston 4, Yankees 1. We're in the bottom of the 6th inning. Still a lot of baseball to navigate through. So we know how these Yankees Red Sox games are. And per usual, I think this is going to be a late one.
Yeah.
Game started at 8:08 Eastern. We're at 10:20 Eastern, and we're not even through 6 innings. So I kind of expected that. And an exciting ball game so far. Going to have a lot of pitching changes. Look around some of the things that went on in the world of baseball today. The Mets declined the option for manager Luis Rojas for the 2022 season. Now they're still looking to hire a full-time GM of operations. I believe they'll go out and do that first. But the Mets will be in a situation where they're going to be looking for a new manager, as Lasaiga is getting dug in with his 2.17 ERA, 69 strikeouts over 70 innings, and here comes the first pitch to Renfroe. It's a sinker outside the zone. It's 1-0.
Come on, Hunter.
Chris Sale, Eovaldi, Erod, Mad Barnes, Vasquez, Xander Bogaerts, and Devers are the only ones remaining from the 2018 World Series champion team. Here comes the 1-0 pitch, and slider on the outside part of the plate. It's 2-0.
Be a Hunter now. Let's go.
Got a 2-0 count on Renfroe. So he digs in ready from the third pitch of the at bat. Saiga not being able to find the zone so far. Here comes the deliveries. He crouches, pops back up, and fires the ball, and it's way out of the zone. Curveball, and it's 3-0.
You give him the green light here, or do you tell him to stand there?
I think I wait for a strike. I want to see a guy fresh out of the pen. I want to see if he can throw a strike.
Yeah, I agree.
The bases were loaded with 1 out, little different situation, or a guy on third with 1 out. Because you're just looking to pop one in the air, but he's still got to get the guy from second to home. So you're trying to, I want to see if he can throw a strike. Here comes the pitch, and it is a sinker on the outside part of the plate, right at the knees, and it's 3-1. Along with those Red Sox, Schwarber from the 2016 Cubs and Kike Hernandez from the Dodgers of last year, they also have World Series rings. And here comes the 3-1 pitch. And it is a curveball in the dirt and out of the zone.
Even close. Not even close.
Did not challenge him whatsoever. You kind of figured you would see a fastball there, but it's going to be. Now the pitching coach is coming back out, but they can't pull him.
Right. Yeah, he's got to face 2 more. So
They got a guy out there in a mask going out to the mound too, so maybe they sent him out there to give him COVID to get him out of the game.
Is that Travis Shaw coming out for the Sox?
It does look like Travis Shaw. So he's coming out to pinch hit.
For
that's what I'm pulling up. Give me 1 second. He'll pinch hit for Plawecki, right?
Okay. Yeah, so they'll put Vasquez in.
Because that was Renfroe that walked. So Plawecki will be pulled here for Shaw, which means we'll have some kind of a double switch unless Shaw's going to decide to start playing catcher.
I hope not. Let's not start talking gibberish now.
Been practicing. This is a good time to pull it out, man. Right in the middle of the playoffs. Could be trying to see how he might. I mean, he could just put a catcher in for him and just not put Shaw in the field whatsoever. That's an option as well. As far as infielders, well, we'll see what happens in this inning. There's runners on first and second, one away. 98 miles an hour on the black for 0-1. Nice pitch.
Nice pitch. Come on, Travis. Get a hold of one here, buddy.
Here comes the 0-1 pitch from Lasaiga to Shaw. As he crouches down, gets the sign, rocks and fires, and it is a curveball, just missed, 1-1.
If I'm Travis, I'm going to make this guy pitch. He hasn't proven that he's found the strike zone consistently yet.
And if Shaw were to get on, you'd have Dahl back up. I agree with you. I would definitely, and that's what you like, having Shaw come up there because he's a veteran. He's not going to jump the gun, and it is a fastball high and just outside the zone. It's 97-mile-an-hour ball. It's now 2-1.
He's got to be sitting dead red here. He has to be.
Red Sox with 4 runs across, but they are 0 for 4 with runners in scoring position tonight. And here comes the 2-1 pitch from Lasaiga. And challenges him with a 97-mile-an-hour sinker. Swung on and missed, and it's 2-2. Lasaiga's sinker does not sink much with the 97-mile-an-hour, just a tad bit of movement. So it's almost like a reverse cutter action.
Come on, Travis.
2-2 count to Shaw. So he came in as a pinch hitter for the catcher, Plawecki. And here comes the 2-2 pitch. Swung on and missed, strike 3. And there are 2 away.
That was
Bobby
a big,
Dahlbeck coming up.
that was a big league pitch right there. You got to tip your cap. Big league pitch. It was a strike regardless, but it was exactly where he wanted to throw it. Could use
Got to
a
be
little,
hard coming off the bench and seeing 98 like that.
Yeah.
On the black right there.
Yeah.
But that's what you get paid for. And this will be Bobby Dahlbeck, 792 OPS, 240 batting averages, 25 bombs and 78 RBIs. Big situation here. And here comes the first pitch from Lasaiga, and it is outside the zone. It's 1-0.
if you're not familiar, if you haven't watched him all season, this is the kind of situation he thrives in. He loves the big moment. He's very good.
So here comes the 1-0 pitch to Dahlbeck. Kind of just splashed on the scene this year. And swung on and missed right at underneath the knees, and it's 1-1.
He does have a flair for the dramatic, this guy, so maybe he can make some contact here, score another run for us.
Bobby Dahlbeck, just 26 years old. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. And low. Ball 2. Ooh, that was a close one.
Where was that pitch? Oh.
26-year-old rookie Bobby Dahlbeck, 6'4", 227 pounds. So if he can get into one, he can get into one.
Yeah, if he makes contact, decent contact, it usually does some damage.
And here is a curveball swung on and pulled foul as it goes up into the stands, and the fans get a souvenir, and we'll do it again at 2-2. Great crowd in Boston tonight. I expect to see great crowds in every stadium, even in Tampa Bay this week, because first of all, it's the playoffs. Second of all, no one got to go anywhere last year. So you've got no excuses. And whether it's the Yankees or Red Sox in Tampa, there's a big fan base for both. So I figure that place will be rocking. Dahlbeck steps out and gets ready for the 2-2 pitch. Bottom of the 6th, 2 away, 2 on, 2-2. Deuces are wild. And fastball swung on and missed. It's strike number 3. We head to the top of 7. Boston leads New York 3-1 in the American League Wildcard game.
You just robbed a house. You have all this great stuff that now belongs to you, but you got this annoying pang of guilt nagging at you. Well, worry no more, because your friends at Cell Block Greeting Cards have the answer for you. Introducing our new line of petty crime thank you cards. Before you smash and grab one of our cards and leave it behind on your next heist. Choose from any of these fine heartfelt cards like,
Thank you for the plasma TV.
Or,
Thanks for the PlayStation, alcohol, and penny jar.
And
don't use your toothbrush.
Or limited time, introducing,
I'm still in the house.
And many more sentimental petty crime thank you cards.
Available at any back alley, shadowy parking lot, or
Armchair.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live, or catch the instant replay.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Welcome back here to American League Wildcard Baseball. Mac McGee and Teamus Wooten here with you. Teamus, we're heading to the top of the 7th inning. It'll be Gleyber Torres, Brett Gardner, and Urshel, the bottom of the Yankees order. And you got to figure they're going to be bringing Tanner Hoke in to the game. You got to figure Boston does not want to see anything cooking and extend the inning for the top of the order to flip back over.
No, we need a good inning here. Again, like we talked about at the beginning, keep runners off the base pads in front of the big bats. So, we do have to deal with the thorn on our side, Gardner, this inning, but if we can keep them from turning over the batting order, we can head into the 8th in a pretty good position.
Tanner Hoke, 3.52 ERA through 69 innings, 87 strikeouts on the year. There's a little bit of a delay as a water bottle came flying in from the crowd. They're going to dispose of it. I don't think it was aimed at anybody. I think it might have just fell out. Water bottle at Fenway Park. What do you think that cost somebody? $17.
Yeah. They took out a mortgage.
Here comes a first pitch from Hoke, and it is a fastball on the outside part of the plate. It's 0-1. Tanner Hoke jumped on the scene this year with his 3.52 ERA. Really helped this Boston Red Sox pitching staff out.
Yes, he did. He's been a great addition.
And second pitch is on the way, and it is 1-1. Gleyber Torres 0 for 2 on the night. Here comes the 1-1 pitch, and it is a fastball swung on and hit hard foul, and it's 1-2. Torres 259 on the year, 9 home runs. He stands in with Brett Gardner on deck and Urshela, 5, 6, 7 hitters. Once you get past that 1, 2, 3, 4 punch of the Yankees, I'm not going to say it's smooth sailing, but you breathe a little easier. Here comes the 1-2 pitch, and it is a fastball high and missed outside the zone. It's 2-2.
I'd like to see him go after him here. And
here comes the 2-2 pitch, and it is a slider hit into center field, but it looks like Kike is going to be underneath it and quickly won away in the Yankees' 7th inning. So Boston trying to hold on to this 4-1 lead, 8 outs away. A W sends them to Tampa Bay to take on the Rays.
Well, do you think no matter which team wins tonight, whoever goes to Tampa, do you think any one of these two teams has a shot at beating Tampa?
I believe Tampa's rooting for Boston. That's what I believe.
I do too.
Because nothing against Boston, but if you look at what Tampa's strengths are, it's mainly that bullpen, and the Yankees can meet you punch for punch in a bullpen game. And how many times is Garrett Cole going to go out and lay an egg in the postseason?
Right. Yeah.
Here comes the first pitch, and it's at the knees. It's 0-1. So you got to figure he's due. He only pitched, by the way, a little over 2 innings tonight. So you're sitting on a Tuesday. You figure he might be ready to roll. Maybe not Friday, but definitely by Sunday. They could put him in on Friday. It would be off of 2 days rest, not typical for the $324 million man, but it would be an option if you were staring down 0-1. They would probably wait till him to be back in Yankee Stadium. We've got a Brett Gardner swing and a miss, and he strikes out, and we've got now Gio Urshela coming to the plate. So you got 2 away, and Hoke is pitching well, 94 miles an hour, right at the letters. Second time tonight.
Yeah, from the back.
Go ahead.
A lot like Chris Sale. You know, he's long, he's lanky, and he throws 100 miles an hour. Kind of hard to tell which one is which from the side.
Second time tonight that Brett Gardner has not been able to catch up on a fastball with 2 strikes. That's going to bring Urshela to the plate with 2 away. And here comes the first pitch. It's a slider on the outside part of the plate. It's 0-1. If he cruises past Urshela here, you got to figure he's coming back out for the 8th, don't you?
Absolutely. Yeah, I was just thinking that if he goes 1, 2, 3 this inning, why would you not bring him out? He's pitched multiple innings all season long, so Cora loves him. I would if I was Cora.
Of course, if I was Cora, I would never have pulled Eovaldi. I felt like that was a trigger happy, but I understand the situation. And
you know, I kind of disagree a little bit. Now, Nate pitched a great game, but
the 1-1 pitch is swung on and missed, foul tipped, and it's 1-2.
I think in a 1-game series, you have to have a quick hook, and momentum did seem to be shifting, and I don't hate that call.
But it was the wrong call because Giancarlo Stanton hammered the ball up against the wall and almost led to a run. Here comes the 1-2. It is now 2-2. Fouled back out of play. And 2-2 pitch. Here comes the delivery, and we'll do it again. It's 2-2. Fastball right inside his kitchen, couldn't catch up to. Looked like could have been a slider on that one. We got a 2-2 count, nobody on. There's 2 away, and Urshela digs in. Standing room only in Boston as they lead at 4-1, top of the 7th. And it is a slider fouled back. We'll do it again, 2-2. But my point of that is the play was made by the defense. It wasn't by the pitching. And so it could have led to disaster.
Could have. Yeah. I mean.
So here comes the 2-2 pitch. It worked out. And swung on and missed, strike 3.
Sure.
We'll head to the bottom of the 7th inning. Let's get ready to stretch. Red Sox lead it 4-1 over New York. Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, and your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Slide here is your X, but if that's the call, Mike, Will, and Sam all have to know they're shifting. Open palms to post, thumbs ups across her, thumbs downs and out. Trevor, why don't you get up here and draw that for us?
Playing in the NFL is hard, but playing
Armchair
fantasy football is easy.
Fantasy football time.
It's fantasy football time.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Welcome back here to Yankees Red Sox. Game one of one. It's do or die, win or go home, win or take all, whatever cliche you want to put out there. Boston leads at 4-1 as we head to the bottom of the seventh. To finish that thought, T, it worked out, but I still think that Eovaldi still had a lot left in the tank is where I was going with it. And they were fortunate for the defense to bail him out, but that almost went incredibly wrong. And where you go from there if they don't send him if they don't send Judge home, second and third one out, it could have gotten really, really hairy. And so I get why he went to the pen, because it's one game, but I just feel like Eovaldi was pitching really well, and the two hits that he gave up, one was just a curveball that hung, and then the second was just a dribbler that the Judge was able to beat out. So it wasn't like he was getting hammered, I guess is my point. As the first pitch to stepping in here, Christian Arroyo goes flying by him, swing and a miss, and it's 0-1.
Yeah, I think the reason I don't hate it is because it worked out for us.
Exactly. Well,
Yeah.
what I'm saying is that if it doesn't work out, oof, he's got a lot to answer for.
Yeah.
71 pitches is
Yeah,
all I mean, for all intents and purposes, Eovaldi is the ace of the staff this year. Here comes the
absolutely.
Here comes the 1-1 pitch to Arroyo as Lasaiga's back out there, and he grounds it over to third, easily scooped up by Odor. Odor fires it over to first, and it's out number one. So I agree with you that it worked out. I just feel like if it wasn't for the boneheaded play by the third base coach, it may not have. And then that could have really unraveled, because then you start having to dump out your bullpen in the middle of the sixth inning. And then where are you?
Right. Yeah. That could have went sideways pretty quick. I'm glad it didn't, but you're right. If he wouldn't have sent Judge, that would have been a much longer inning, I think.
You're in a very similar situation as I, as a Braves fan, are in. We know our bullpen stinks. So we're trying. So when you get into a game and you see your starter pitching well and he gets pulled early, we get a little perturbed, is all I'm saying.
Right.
To bring Schwarber up to the plate and he swings and misses, it's 0-1.
Blood pressure when the bullpen comes in, but
it's a full boil. Here comes the 0-1 pitch to Schwarber, who's 1 for 3 on the night with the home run, and rocks and fires, misses low. It's 1-1.
I'd sure like to see him get another one tonight.
I'd like to just see him mic'd up, look back at Blue and say, so that is now a ball. You're spotting dimes, you're eating onions. What I don't know what to expect from you. Here comes the 1-1 pitch to Schwarber, and Saiga working pretty low himself, and it is a curveball in the dirt back to the screen, and it's 2-1.
And, Schwarber's not above turning around and saying something to the umpire. He does question a lot.
I'm sure they talked to him in the dugout, especially with him playing DH. They've had plenty of time to yap to him and just say, keep your cool, man. This is not June 14th. You can't get kicked out. It's not going to be all good if you get kicked out.
JD's hurt. We help us out.
2-1 pitch misses inside. Looked like a curveball, and it's 3-1. Just one away. Boston leads by 3, bottom of the 7th. if you're joining us or just joining us, Boston scored 2 in the first, 1 in the third, 1 in the sixth. Yankees scored 1 in the top of the sixth. And ball 4 as another curveball missed inside. It looks like Lasaiga just does not like to challenge with the fastball when he gets behind in the count.
Yeah. How many is that he walked so far? Is that 3 or 2?
Lasaiga?
Yeah.
Let me double check that. It's just 2. 2 strikeouts and 2 walks in 1 inning of work so far.
Just doesn't look like he's in love with his fastball tonight. Doesn't really seem to have command of it, and so he's having to live on his other
Which
pitches.
Ironically, he struck out. Both of his strikeouts have come on the fastball. So you just wonder, like, sometimes you just got to trust your stuff. 97 miles an hour in the dirt, and it's 1-0. Sometimes you're like, dude, did you really send me back out here again? I'm trying to tell you, it ain't working. 24 pitches into the night. And here comes the 1-0 pitch. And wide and outside the zone. It's 2-0 quickly to Kike Enrique Hernandez.
Yeah, he's not even close right now. I can't imagine that this leash is very long for
the
him.
entire infield comes up to talk to Lasaiga. Now that's at least 3, if not 4
visits. Yeah.
Visits to the mound. You only get 6.
Yeah. And it's only the 7th inning when it comes to that. I mean,
and Odor, are you looking at this? Odor's got something in his back pocket. It looks like a baseball. What's he pulling? Did you see that popping out of the back of his pocket?
I did not. No.
It's either that or a can of tennis balls, because it was coming out of the backside of his pocket, or a very strangely shaped wallet. So what is he doing? Has he got some trick play?
Maybe it's he's shining his shoes in between pitches or something. I don't know.
Here comes the 2-0 pitch, and it's low and away, and it's 3-0.
Yeah, you got to just stand there, prove that he can throw a strike at this point.
Somewhere Blue Jay fans are saying, just let it go, man. Don't get him riled up. Just whatever he got in his pocket, let it go. Here comes the 3-0 pitch, and it's just outside the zone, and it's a 4-pitch walk. Lasaiga is in a mess already, and here comes.
Yeah.
I don't believe pitching changes are considered trips to the mound.
No, they're not.
So, but that's at least 3 trips. I think it's 4 trips so far to the Yankees mound. So we're going to take a quick break because they're going to make a pitching change here in Fenway. The Red Sox have runners on first and second, 1 away. They lead it by 3. We'll be back in a flash. It looks like it's Chad Green coming in from the pen.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
ACC football covered like no other here on the Armchair Quarterback.
Reggie Gillespie dives into the end zone. The winning points for North Carolina State. And the teams come together in the end zone, pushing, shoving between the pack and the heels as Gillespie has scored the winning points, his 5th rushing TD. But these teams need to be separated. The emotion boils over on the last play of the game as Gillespie goes to the end zone. And it's a sea of Carolina blue and State red. And Carruthers gets into it, and they've doused him, and now we've got a big brawl out of the field, marring the 200th victory for Bobby Bowden. Look at this. That's an ugly mess down there. This is ugly. Starting to get it cleared up down there, although there's still some bodies flying around.
ACC football, backyard brawls all year long.
I'm up. Biggest pick of the draft. 5th pick, 6th round. TJ Hoshimazode. Yes. Lock it up.
Who?
What? TJ, how's vanilla? All right. TJ, who's your mama?
Fantasy Rule 17. Know how to pronounce your draft picks.
You mean TJ Hushmanzada from the Bengals?
Put him on the board. Hoshimazole. Got it. Championship.
Fantasy football time. It's fantasy football time.
This is Jim Rome. Join me in the jungle for your phone calls and the biggest names in sports. Stop by weekdays, noon until 3 Eastern, 9 to noon Pacific.
Welcome back here to Yankees and Red Sox baseball as we've got pitching change, and it is Chad Green coming out here. 3.12 ERA through 67 games. Runners on first and second, one away, and Rafael Devers digs in.
Yeah, he's about due.
He gets set here in the batter's box, and Chad Green, who we all know can bring it, gets set to the delivery. He gets the call, and it's fastball swung on and missed. 96 miles an hour. That looks faster than everyone else's 97 and 98, and it's 0-1.
That thing had left a vapor trail behind.
It says 96 miles an hour on the cue, but I'm just going to quote an old man. I'm just going to quote an old man I used to work with years ago and just say, the hell you say. And here comes another fastball as Devers digs in. He hits it high. He hits it deep into center field as Gardner goes back on the warning track. He will corral it. It is a long, out number 2.
What is Schwarber doing?
That ball is out in most parks. And yeah, Schwarber almost got doubled off. I think he thought it was going to go up against the wall.
He should have tagged and been on third right now.
Well, with 2 away, it's not the end of the world because it's still going to take a single to get him in. But yeah, if he was playing heads up baseball, I think he might have got on his horse a little bit and had to run back up and tag. It did look like that Devers had gotten a little more of it than he did. Once again, it was in the deepest part of the park. Most other ballparks, that ball's at least at the wall, if not out. That'll bring Tanner Bogarts up.
He'd have put that to left or right field. This would be a very different score right now, but he didn't. I mean, he hit it right on the screws, just out to the triangle.
First pitch is in the dirt, curveball, and it's 1-0 to Xander. Xander is 1 for 2 on the night with the home run, bottom of the first. If you're just joining us, it's 4-1 Boston. The Yankees trying to keep them at bay with 2 more at bats left in this ball game, trailing by 3 on the road, an American League wildcard game. And fastball missed high in the zone. It's 2-0. If Xander were to reach, Verdugo stands on deck with Hunter Renfroe in the hole.
Come on, X. Face it, we're in business.
Here comes the 2-0 pitch from Green. as he gets set to dig in and set up on the outside, missed inside, and it's 3-0. That tells me by the way that the catcher was set up that he missed that badly, because he was set up for an outside strike. So
he didn't look crossed up.
3-0 is the count, and here comes the pitch from Chad Green, and it is low and away, ball number 4.
Boy, the Yankees are, they're giving a lot of free passes. We cannot let them get away with it this much more. We need to make them pay. They're going to give all these walks. We need to hit here, score another couple, and let's put this game out of reach.
So that's going to load the bases, and Boone comes back out to talk to Green. That's got to be right at 5 visits. It's at least 4, but I think that might be 5 visits. It's not something that they put in the box
because I think the fact that they don't count them when they pull, I think that makes it 4 and 5, because I think counting the one when he went and got Cole.
Right, but they have had players only meetings on the mound at least 2 times, if not 3. So don't have an official count, because
that's true.
Again, that's just not something that they put in the box score. And normally I would keep up with it, but just did not expect it to become a thing. But I guess we'll find out if they get. Here comes the first pitch as Verdugo digs in, facing Chad Green. Verdugo 1 for 3 on the night, and it's at the knees for a strike. 95 miles an hour. It's 0-1.
Come on, Alex. Put it in
I've
play
never
here.
seen someone get past the six times. And here comes the 0-1 pitch to Verdugo as he gets set, and Green sets up on the outside, and it's popped into center field, and
Get down, ball.
down.
Get down, ball.
Brett Gardner gets the ball. He is going to gun it over to second. Verdugo gets gunned down at second. So 1 run comes in. We'll wait to see if Schwarber crossed the plate as well. Well, Schwarber did cross the plate, waiting to see if the second run came in before Verdugo was tagged. And it does look like they're giving him credit. So it's going to be a 2-run single as Schwarber comes in to score. Hernandez comes in to score. And we've got a 6-1 ball game heading to the 8th. We'll be back in a flash here on Red Sox Yankees baseball. Armchair Quarterbacks Radio covers the whole SEC the whole season long.
Dobbs heaves it. They're bunched up in the end zone. It's tipped up. It's caught. It is caught. Jerron Jennings.
Just the start of things. First quarter at the Gator Bowl in Jacksonville as Walker digs to the right. Gets outside. The 35. Look out. He's past midfield and he's got a blocker. Cuts to the inside. Herschel Walker. There he goes again.
Straight up the middle. Touchdown. Delayed reaction, but Tebow got in. Oh, jump pass. How about that? Oh, my! It's like 1955. Holy cow. Are you kidding me?
Armchair.
SEC!
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
Hey, can I tell you one thing? That's 3 holding penalties on one football team in a quarter and a half. That ain't funny.
Welcome back here to Yankees Red Sox AL Wildcard Baseball. The Red Sox, if you're just joining us, have taken a 6-1 lead as we head to the top of the 8th inning, and Hansel Robles will come in to pitch to face Gary Sanchez, 6 outs away from possibly heading to the AL Divisional Series against the Tampa Bay Rays. Robles, 4.43 ERA in 69 innings, 76 strikeouts with 37 walks and a 1.38 whip.
We need a shutdown inning here. We just got those 2 runs. Let Robles go out, do his thing. He's pitched well for us, and hopefully 1, 2, 3.
Here comes the first pitch to Gary Sanchez, who is coming in as a pinch hitter, but he should stay in the game. He swings at the very first pitch, hits it high and deep into center field right before you got to the warning track, and it's quickly 1 away as Kike was able to corral it. Not what you want if you're Brett Boone, excuse me. One of those Boones, Daniel Boone.
Not Brett. I don't think Brett.
Daniel
I don't think
Boone.
Brett Boone cares.
Is it Bob Boone? Daniel Boone? I always do that with him, even though he's got the famous home run in this series.
Yeah. Well,
what was that, 03?
Bringing up old stuff, man. No, yeah, 03.
Yeah.
Yep, of Tim Wakefield.
Here comes the 0-1 pitch to Rognet Odor, and it's outside 1-1. But my point is, Sanchez comes in to pinch hit. You want to see him work the zone a little bit. He goes there, swings the first pitch. Like, you can't hit a 5-run home run. What are you doing swinging at the first pitch? Unbelievable. Here comes the 1-1.
Yeah, you got a
high and outside.
That's coming in the game.
High and up in the zone, excuse me. It's 2-1.
You got a pitcher that just came in. You don't know if he's got his good stuff tonight or not. You know, throw a couple.
So we see verbatim in front of our eyes why he did not start, because the rest of the Yankee lineup has been trying to work the zone. Here comes the 2-1 pitch, and his fastball swung on and missed. It's 2-2. Believe Sanchez is a free agent after this year, and the thought process is they will not be trying to bring him back.
I heard from a Yankee reporter this morning the reason he didn't start was because Cole's ERA with the other catcher was much, much lower.
Whoops. Here comes the 2-2 pitch.
That was a great response.
And it's fouled back, and we'll do it again, 2-2. Well, it used to drive me up the wall when Greg Maddux would have his own personal pitcher get to the playoffs, and he would want him. And after a while, they quit doing it. They're like, we're not benching Javi Lopez for, Bobo McGillicuddy over here, who's hitting 122. Because Maddux didn't pitch very well in the playoffs, so you had to counter with some offense. And here comes the 2-2 pitch to Rognit Odor, and it is a changeup in the dirt. It's 3-2.
Got to challenge him here. Got to go after him. We cannot be walking people.
6-1 is your score. Boston leads New York. We're in the top of the 8th inning. The Red Sox are 5 outs away from advancing, and fastball swung high and popped up into shallow left field.
Call it.
There's a bit of a confusion, but Verdugo's going to wave off Xander Bogaerts, and it's out number 2. That almost looked like that could be a disaster.
Yeah, I didn't love that. I didn't like that at all. I don't want to do that again.
They better get that straightened up before they head to Tampa with that catwalk over there.
Right.
You talking about House of Horrors?
Their ceiling is a pinball machine in Tampa, so God, I hate that stadium.
Here comes Mr. Rizzo, who has equated for the only run of the game, a solo shot back in the 6th inning. And here comes the first pitch of the bat, four-seam fastball fouled back, and it's 0-1.
Rizzo scares me every time he crawls in.
Rizzo set to be a free agent this year. A lot of talk about New York wanting to re-sign him, which would make a lot of sense.
His name's been associated with a bunch is Boston.
Boston, New York. There's a couple. I mean, look, if anyone, he's the biggest first baseman out there on the market, assuming that Freddie Freeman re-signs with Atlanta. And here comes the 0-2 pitch to Rizzo.
Go get him. Go get him.
Robles digs in. He rocks and fires. Fastball swung on and missed.
Yes, sir.
3, we head to the bottom of the 8th. Boston leads New York 6-1.
God would never let me be successful. He'll kill me first. He'll never let me be happy.
I thought you didn't believe in God.
I do for the bad things.
Armchair Quarterback Radio, your home for the SEC.
Back third down on the 8. In trouble. Got a block behind him. Gonna throw and a run, complete to the 25, to the 30. Lindsey's got 35, 41. Lindsey, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. Lindsey stop. Lindsey stop. Lindsey stop.
Second down from the 3. Comes the blitz, quick flip, caught. Did he hold it long enough? The official says yes. Oh boy, is that going to be controversial. Gaffney, the freshman. My goodness.
If he had it, he didn't have it very long, that's for sure.
And this one's in the history books. And inexplicably, the Florida Gators go 91 yards to come from behind and edge the Tennessee Volunteers in an ending that will be talked about for years.
SEC! SEC!
Armchair.
1-1 pitch. A long drive to right. Ramirez turns to the track. She's gone. Dave Justice, all is forgiven in Atlanta.
Bob, it's okay to talk the talk, but you can walk the walk.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s holds its world championship.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Welcome back here to Red Sox Yankees American League Wildcard game, just the beginning of what should be an incredible Major League Baseball postseason. Teamus, if you put the Red Sox away, and let's just say they don't make it, who do you favor to be in the World Series this year?
I think Houston, and I want to say the Dodgers, but I just, you can't overlook what the Giants have done. I think it would be a very boring World Series for me, but I'd say Houston and the Giants.
I want to lean Tampa versus Atlanta for a couple of reasons, but I'm going to say Tampa won't make it because it's so difficult to repeat, to get back. So I'll agree with the Houston, but the path has to be, someone has to eliminate the Dodgers before the Braves can get to the ALCS. I don't believe the Braves can beat the Dodgers. They never can. And so it's one of those things where you got to hope someone else knocks them out. It was set up perfectly for them in 2019, and they choked against the Cardinals in Game 5. We get back to the action, and Green is still back out there, and it's quickly 1-1 to Hunter Renfroe as we got action in the Boston bullpen. 1-2 is the count now as he fires a fastball at the knees. Gary Sanchez will remain in the game at catcher. The Yankees will probably want to keep his bat in there, hoping they can get some kind of rally going in the top of the 9th inning. And Renfroe on the 1-2 pitch. It is fastball caught on the outside part of the zone, and he doesn't get his bat off his shoulders, and it's one away.
Yeah, he didn't look great in that at bat right there. Come on, Christian.
That'll bring Christian Vasquez to the plate. Christian Vasquez takes the first pitch. It looked high, but they're going to call it a strike. It's 0-1.
I tell you what, I would love to see is St. Louis upset the Dodgers. That would be great. Go ahead and get them out of the way. I don't know that would happen, but
that's what I have in my scenario is Wainwright pitching a phenomenal game tomorrow night, knocking them out. Atlanta upsetting Milwaukee because Milwaukee's injury to Devin Williams as their setup man in their pen is a bigger deal than people realize. And that would set up Atlanta versus San Francisco. They went toe-to-toe, and San Francisco is a very good team. In my heart of hearts, I think we might get a San Fran versus Tampa series. And here comes the swing on and miss by Christian Vasquez on an 0-2 count, and it's 2 away quickly here in the bottom of the 8th inning. 6-1 is your score. Not over for the Yankees as they will have the heart of the lineup coming back up in the top of the 9th inning, but they're going to need 5 runs at least as Dalbec dives in to the first pitch of the at bat. Here comes the delivery, and it is wide and outside the zone. Curveball. It's 1-0.
I would not have run here.
It is going to be fun to see Dusty Baker versus Tony La Russa. Two old guys. No one thought anything left in the tank, and here they are meeting in the playoffs. Here comes the 1-0 pitch, and it swung on and hit foul. Fastball into the seats. It's 1-1.
You know how many Denture Cream and Ben Gay commercials are going to be in the World Series if that happens?
And here comes the 1-1 pitch. And fastball ripped down the third base line, but Odor's there. He fires it over to first. It was a little high, but it looks like Rizzo did get the bag, and that'll do it. We'll head to the top of the 9th. Boston leads it 6-1. We'll be back in a flash here on Red Sox Yankees baseball.
You better get that checked out.
Get that checked out?
I would.
What kind of a therapist are you? I'm telling you, I'm scared that something terrible is going to happen to me right away. You start looking for tumors?
I'm trying to help you.
I bet you're rooting for a tumor.
I think we better go.
No, I'm going, baby. I'm going.
It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. You can even take a course on the U.S. government or dealing with stress and anxiety. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio.
I'm up. Jake is quick at the draft. 5th pick, 6th round. TJ Hoshimazode. Yes, lock it up.
Who? What?
TJ, how's the vanilla? All right. TJ, who's your mama?
Fantasy Rule 17. Know how to pronounce your draft picks.
You mean TJ Hushmanzada from the Bengals?
Put him on the board. Hoshimazole. Got it. Championship.
Fantasy football time. It's fantasy football time.
Welcome back here as the Boston Red Sox lead the New York Yankees 6-1. We head to the top of the 9th inning, and the Yankees last ups as they will be facing Garrett Whitlock out of the pen with Judge, Stanton, and Gallo due up. So if you're going to get something going for New York, this is the perfect way to lead it off. You got the top of the order. If anybody gets on, it'll be Gleyber Torres and then, of course, Gardner. So we get set 3 outs away from Boston eliminating the Yankees and heading to Tampa Bay. What would be a really entertaining American League Division Series. We've already got the other set. White Sox and Astros. Both will begin on Thursday. The Tampa Bay series will be the late game at 8 p.m. Eastern. And here comes the first pitch as it's fired across the plate by Whitlock. And it's 0-1.
This is the guy we want on the mound right here, right now. This kid can flat out pitch.
Fastball banged into the dirt, and it's off the fist and quickly corralled by Bogarts. Bogarts fires it over to first. And there's run away in the 9th.
Let's get 2 more, boys. Then the Yankees home crying.
The best time to face Giancarlo Stanton. He's hit 2 balls off the Green Monster. Both, I believe, would have been out in Yankee Stadium. So home field advantage working there. He's hammered 2 balls. And he comes up with the first pitch. And it's swung and fouled back. It's 0-1. Best time to face Stanton, though, with nobody on and a 5-run lead. Stanton digs in, and here comes the pitch, and it's walloped. A missile shot down the right field line. It's going to stay fair, and it's gone. It's 6-2 Boston. Giancarlo Stanton with a phenomenal game. Gets a solo shot, went just fair, just left of the pesky pole. And the Yankees showing life, 109 miles an hour that ball left the stadium. Just 343 feet, but it doesn't take much to get past the pesky pole.
I knew that was gone. Time he hit it. It didn't even look foul.
I don't know who caught that in the stands, but I bet it broke skin. That's all I know.
They probably pushed their wife in front of them to brace them and then just picked it up.
Yeah, I'm definitely ducking and covering my beer on that one. I'm like, whatever, dude. Here comes the first pitch to Joey Gallo as he digs in, and it is hit high. It is hit hard. It is hit deep into right field, just at the warning track, and caught by Renfroe for out number 2. Wow, was that hit high?
Wow, that one puckered me a little bit, buddy. I ain't gonna lie. I'm in bad shape over here. Woo!
That right there gets, if that just goes about 5 feet more, we'd have a 6-3 game with one away, but instead it sits 6-2. The Yankees are down to their last out. Gleyber Torres digs in, and Gardner is on deck. First pitch, it's a wide first strike, and it's 0-1.
Come on, Garrett.
Red Sox just 1 out away from heading to Tampa. Here comes the 0-1 pitch, popped up high.
Yes, sir. Yes,
harmless into right field. Renfroe's underneath it, and that'll do it.
Yes,
the Boston Red Sox, who are now jumping all over themselves up of the mound as if they won the World Series. They are heading to the ALDS, knocking out their arch rival New York Yankees 6-2 in Fenway. Timus.
Yes, sir. Woo!
What do you got to say for Red Sox Nation?
Oh, you know what? Winning this was important, but beating the Yankees just, if we don't win another game right now, I don't even care. Send them home, buddy. This, we had to have it. And, I mean, hats off to Eovaldi, and this game played out exactly the way we needed it to do. Go Sox. Now let's go down there and deal with those pesky Rays.
Just like you were talking about tomorrow. Just like you were talking about with the Dodgers earlier, I think a lot of Major League Baseball fans, a lot of fans have a collective sigh of relief, is because if there's one team that's been mediocre, but if they got hot, they could do damage, it would be the New York Yankees.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And they are now eliminated. Tomorrow night, it'll be Adam Wainwright versus Scherzer, 8:10 first pitch. We will have the call here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. And Thursday, haven't set up any kind of a situation yet as far as what games we're going to call, if there's going to be a game on Thursday. But Thursday, you've got a doubleheader of Major League Baseball action. Astros and White Sox at 4:07. Rays versus, it will now be the Boston Red Sox at 8:07. Most likely Shane McClanahan against probably Chris Sale. And then Friday, we will be back for sure on the call, 4:37 first pitch. It's Charlie Morton versus Corbin Burns. Any last thoughts before we kind of put a top on this?
Well, being I have to be up at 5:30 to run 3 miles, really glad I'm not doing that on no sleep and the Yankees get a victory. So let's enjoy this tonight, boys, and we'll worry about the Rays tomorrow. But go Sox. Go Sox.
It's also good for you that this game didn't go any deeper. So,
oh my God!
Great job, Timus, on your first live ball game, and we'll see you down the road, sir.
All right. Thanks for letting me do this, Dave. It was great. Talk to you soon.
Yes, sir. We will be back tomorrow with Dodgers and Cardinals. 8:00 Eastern. We'll come on for pregame. First pitch is 8:10 for Mac McGee. For Timus Wooten, I'm Mac McGee. Thank you for listening, and we will see you mañana. And of course, Friday, Braves Brewers, 4:37 Eastern.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long. Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
You're talking about a bunch of unproven kids who were in the prom. You know, literally, they were in the prom like 6 months ago at their high school.
No, they weren't because they were on lockdown. Exactly.
Okay, they were in a.
These are
prom-less
teenagers.
If he's from a Big Ten state,
they were in a.
If he's from a Big Ten state, he didn't have prom. I can guarantee you that.
They were at a virtual prom. Anyway, so yeah, it's tough for Wisconsin.
That's called porn. That's called porn.
Stop it. They get a break this week because I got a mess to clean up, guys. Yeah.
Virtual.
There's
prom.
my walk off for the day. Thanks, Mac. I gotta dry my keyboard out now.
Armchair.
Remember, if for any reason you must leave your radio, please have the man at the door stamp your ear so you can listen again later.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
Screen pass to Trayshawn DeAndre on the right side. He dodges Crushman, makes his way to the end zone. Touchdown. But wait a second. I think there's a flag on the play.
All right, you guys got holding on number 97, right?
Yeah, definitely holding. No touchdown.
All right, make the call.
Yeah, I mean, it was holding.
So make the call.
Or, we say the flag was for an excessive celebration so they can keep the touchdown and apply the penalty to the kickoff, huh? What do you say?
What are you talking about? I didn't see excessive celebration.
You sure? I could have sworn I saw a little nay-nay going on.
What's going on with you, man?
All right, look, guys, I got to be real with you. Trayshawn DeAndre just scored that touchdown. Okay, I have him on my fantasy team this week. I need these points.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding you, Bill. I'm playing against my father-in-law this week, and if he doesn't score this touchdown, I lose.
Well, I'm not going to let you make a bad call because you're in some fantasy football league.
Make the call.
Craig, no. If you make one bad call.
This works out perfectly, Bill. I started the quarterback who threw the touchdown pass. We're going to have to ignore the holding call.
I have the kicker, and I was kind of hoping that he wouldn't convert on third down, so he'd have to kick the field goal.
Armchair.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long in your DFS payouts. The only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long. Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live, covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
You come at the king, you best not miss.
I might audible. If I audible, I'll use Omaha! Omaha! Red Polly! Red Polly! Blue Poncho! Blue Poncho! Dilly! Rambo! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here, Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Chop, Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Sally, Buffalo! Check! Hey, Short Ox! Buda Raiders! Red Ryan! Omaha! Time out!
Take me out to the ball game.
Get caught up with the big stories from around the world in sports in just a few minutes. It's Take Me Out to the Ball Game today, weekdays. Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube. Baseball, football, basketball, whatever's trending in the world of sports, it's on Take Me Out to the Ball Game today in just a few minutes. It drops weekdays. Take Me Out to the Ball Game today on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Take me out to the ball game.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay. Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long in your DFS payouts. the only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
Like, I don't like winter. Like, I hate winter. Like, I'm originally from North Carolina. And like, look, I hate winter so much, I'm for global warming. I am voting for it, marching for it. I might start buying people SUVs. I don't care. Ladies, start using hairspray again. No ozone. That's our goal. See, there's people with me, but there's always a couple of crunchy granolas sitting around. Crunchy granolas sitting there thinking, but the polar ice caps are going to melt and we're all going to flood. No, we're not. We're not all going to flood. We're only losing Rhode Island, Long Island, and Jersey. Bye-bye. Use a canoe, get to safety.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live, or catch the instant replay.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com. Use promo code LISTEN for a 4-week trial plus free postage and a digital scale. That's Stamps.com, promo code LISTEN.
The snapper is Robert Shiver, a sophomore out of Thomasville, Georgia. The holder is Matthew Motley, a senior from Opelika, and Wes Byram, a freshman out of Fort Lauderdale, trying to put it through to give Auburn the win. Here's the snap, the place, the kick is up, the kick is long enough, the kick is good! Good! See you later, alligator! Tigers win, 20-17! I hope Lee Corso and Kirk Street never pick Auburn to have a chance again. The Tigers have come to the swamp, drained it, and made it their own. 20-17, Auburn a winner tonight over the third-ranked Florida Gators. Can you believe it?
Hi, this is Britney Spears.
What up, this Jay-Z.
This is Jennifer Lopez. Armchair.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair